po ninyo, and then kindly also state your products or your services. And kung meron po kayong current good food certifications such as LTO, CPR, GMP, or any related po. And the most important po, yung expectation po ninyo for attending this 3-day seminar. Ayan po. Okay, start po tayo. Sino bang pwedeng mag-start or magtatawag na lang po ako? Okay, let me call on Miss Alisa Garcia from Francur. Tama po bang bigkas ko? Francur Merchandising. Morning po. Morning po. Francur Merchandising. Good morning. Naka-on po yung mic nyo, ma'am, pero hindi po namin kayo masyadong nadidinig. Di pa rin po, ma'am, namin kayo. Okay, ma'am, balikan na lang po namin kayo. Okay, balikan na lang po namin kayo, Miss Alisa. Okay, let me call on Mr. Andre Kenneth Dominic Merino from Asia Prime. Good morning po, sir. Morning po.
Hello, good morning.
Yes po.
I'm Andre Merino.
Yes po.
Yeah, Andre Kenneth Dominic Merino, just call me Andre for short. I work at Asia Prime Philippines Corporation as a research and development pharmacist. So I work on the product development of mostly capsules and also cosmetics as well. So in terms of the current food certifications that I have, I am certified in LTO registration, CPRs, and also GMDS. Well, so that's why I wanted to learn more about HACCP as well. So my expectation for this seminar is that I could apply these learnings in my actual job and use it for the improvement of products and processes, so we can ensure that we release products that are of good quality and those that are safe for our consumers.
Okay, thank you, Sir Andre. May we request everyone mag-open lang po tayo ng ating pong camera pag mag-intro na lang po. Okay, Ma'am Alisa, pwede na po ba? You may open po your camera. Morning po.
Morning po.
Opo. Okay po. Yes, ma'am. Medyo may ano pa rin po tayo sa audio natin. Yan, sige po. Morning po.
Ay, rinig na po, ma'am.
Yes po. Sige, ma'am. You may also open your camera po.
Oh, wait lang po.
Sige, ma'am. If ever may problem, sige po. Okay na po. Sige, ma'am. You may proceed na po. Morning.
Ay, okay na po.
Yes po.
Morning po. Bale, I'm Alisa Garcia po from Francur Merchandising. And position ko po is QA officer, and yung products po na pinoproduce namin ay more on agriculture products po. Bale, yung current certification po namin is GMP, and ongoing po kami sa preparation for SGS. Last week po ang aming SGS audit.
Ano po bang expectation po, ma'am, natin?
Bali, expectation po with this training is para ma-prepare po yung katulad po namin na nape-prepare for SGS audit or other audits po, para makapag-gain po ng more knowledge in preparation for the audits.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much po, Miss Alisa Garcia.
Yes.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
If I may ask, ano yung particular na examples of agricultural products nila?
Bali, ano siya, ma'am? Banana leaves, saba, steamed banana, purple yam, grated, coconut, ganun po.
Okay. Tapos, you were saying you're preparing for an SGS audit for what certification or ano?
Certification po.
Ng anong standard? What standard?
Not sure pa po kasi pa-schedule pa lang namin. Wala pa po yung confirmation from the boss po.
Wait, but you know exactly what you're aiming for na standard.
Bali hindi po kasi ako ma'am yung nagpa-schedule kay SGS po.
Okay. Sige. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Alisa. Okay, our next participant from 6-in-1 Corporation. Yung sa product line po pala, kindly paki-specify po kung ano po talaga po yung food product line po natin. Okay, from 6-in-1 Corporation, Miss Annalyn Jacob and Miss Baby Odal. Good morning po.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes po. Yes, ma'am.
Hello,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Good morning po.
Yes po, good morning. Nadidinig na po. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, kayo po si Ma'am Annalyn Jacob or how about Miss Bibilin Odal, also from 6-in-1 Corporation, kung may problem po sa audio si Ma'am Annalyn.
Hi, ma'am.
Ay, pabukas na lang po ma'am pa-open na lang po ma'am ng camera. Yan, para makita po namin kay Bukal.
Open na.
Yes po ma'am, good morning.
Hi, ma'am. Good morning. So, my name is Anilin Haku from 6-in-1 Corporation. Designation po is QA Supervisor. And then, yung product po namin is dressed chicken. Sa certification, ma'am, meron po kaming LTO at saka GMP. So, planning po na magpa-certify ng HACCP. So, expectation, ma'am, is to gain more knowledge and about sa documentation ng HACCP, ma'am.
Ay, yes po. Yun po yung expectation po nila ma'am. Ma'am
Beth?
Maybelline. Yes po
Beth?
ma'am. Yes
Can
po.
we remind them to please open your camera? Kasi
Ay,
this
opo
is
nga
the
po.
start of our session. We would really
Yes,
appreciate
opo.
seeing you online. Kindly
sige po.
open your camera as you introduce yourselves. And then if there is any problem, I hope we can that can be resolved as we go along with our seminar. Pwede po pakibukas ng camera. Salamat po.
Thank you po. Okay, thank you po. Si Miss Bibilin na po yung nag-ano, no? Bibilin from 6-in-1. Okay na po.
Si
Miss
Anilin Haku po
Bibilin.
yan, ma'am.
Yes po, Bibilin Odal. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good
Annalyn
lang.
ako po yun,
Salamat
ma'am.
po.
Beth Annalyn daw ang nag-introduce.
Sige po. Sige, okay. Okay, good morning po. Okay, our next participant from Batangas Egg Producers po. Actually, dalawa po sila. Good morning. Paki-open lang po yung camera. And you may unmute your, yourselves na po.
Good
Morning.
Yes, ma'am. I'm reading Aranas together with you with my sister
Ay,
from
ma'am.
Batangas.
Hello ma'am, medyo hindi po siya clear. Hindi po namin siya masyado, medyo garbled po yung yung audio. Si Miss Tricia po ba yon o si Miss yung kasama niyo po ma'am?
Good morning.
Morning po.
I'm reading Aranas po together with me from Tricia, RGA Supervisor. We are from Batangas Egg Producers Multipurpose Cooperative. My designation is lead. And then our products are we integrate egg products like pasteurized egg white, egg yolk, and full egg. So we have also dried egg products. We are now 2035. Yes, our expectation is to understand more about the HACCP, to enhance our process and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you po. Dalawa na po kayo from Batang, although may mga iba po nagkakaroon ng problem po sa audio. Thank you so much po from Batangang Egg Producers.
Beth,
Yes.
clarify lang, eggs nga ba? Ito yung eggs producer?
Batangas Egg
Hindi kasi
Producers.
medyo malabo, medyo garbled
Opo.
dyan. No? We appreciate, Ma'am Jerlyn, if you can, kahit chat lang ng very briefly, no? Kasi hindi namin masyadong naintindihan because of
Yung
the sound.
products. Yung products,
Kahit, At saka certification. Okay, thank you.
Okay, salamat po. By the way, if you have problem sa audio na lang po, you may type it na lang po sa ating pong chapters and then basahin na lang po namin yung inyong pong intro and then the most important po yung expectation. Thank you. Okay, our next participant from Agri-Essential Feeds Corporation. Kindly open your camera and also your microphone. Good morning po. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Yes po.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes po. Yes, you may proceed po.
I am Felisa Sauci, the QA supervisor, and with me is Ms. Ellen Baluyan, our quality management coordinator. We came from the Central Feeds Company Incorporated, which is located in Iloilo City. We are now on the tolling services with other feed mill companies. And since we are new, we only have the LTO. And after this training and the previous trainings that we have, so we hope to complete and finish our HACCP plan. Thank you, ma'am.
Recording in progress.
Okay po, thank you po. From Agri-Essentials, dalawa po kayo, no? Okay, let me call another participant from from the government sector, from the Philippine Accreditation Bureau, Mr. Dennis Belale. Good morning po, sir. Sir Dennis, good morning. You may open your camera na po.
Good morning po, ma'am. Good morning po. Ako po si Dennis Bilali from Philippine Accreditation Bureau po. Under din po kami ng DTI, ma'am. Position ko po is Trade Industry Development Analyst po. Yung PAB po, ma'am, is the National Accreditation Body ng Pilipinas. Ang services po namin is accreditation, like sa management system po. Kami po yung nag-ano sa ISO 9001, 14001, at yung related po sa training natin, meron din po kaming HACCP and food safety po. Yung ina-accredit po namin is yung mga certification bodies po. Like po yung nabanggit kanina is GS. Tapos expectation po is to familiarize, tapos malaman ko yung mga HACCP documents po. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Pag may mga tanong po yung mga participants po natin, pwede naman po silang mag-ask po sa inyo.
Sige po,
Thank you po, sir. Okay, okay, let me call on participants from Good Sense Food and Juices. Good morning po, Miss Angeline Amparo. Magandang umaga po. You may open na po your camera as well as the microphone. Morning. Wala pong yes, ma'am. Parang wala po yatang audio. Yes po. Wala pa rin po, ma'am. Sige po. Okay, balikan na
Hello,
lang
ma'am.
po. Yes mo, good morning po.
Hello,
Yes
I'm
po.
Rayson Blanche from Good Sense.
Pa-open na lang po ng camera po.
Bali, wala lang audio si Miss Jel for the... Sige, papakilala ko na lang din yung sarili ko. I'm Rayson Blanche from Good Sense Foods and Juices. My designation is Operation Head. Product and service is more on beverage and condiments like calamansi, RTDs, ready to drink, calamansi concentrate, dalandan, and mangosteen concentrate. And for condiments, calamansi extract and calamansi, frozen calamansi extract. For certification, we have LTO, CPR, GMP, halal certification, and HACCP. For expectation, additional learnings lang. Actually, nakadalawang kuha na kami. Ano bang tawag dito? Audit na kami for HACCP. So, additional information, baka yung mga bagong tawag dito, learnings pa kaming matutunan regarding HACCP. Yeah, yan lang po. Thank you.
Thank you so much po. From Good Sense Food and Juices po. Okay, let me call also from Excel Industries Corporation. Kindly open your camera po and your microphone. Kindly introduce yourself na po. Miss Valerie Anastasio, good morning po. Morning po, Miss Valerie. Pa-open na lang po tayo ng camera. From Excel Industries Corporation.
Ma'am, waiting lang po sa camera.
Sige po. Sige ma'am, you may, ano na po. Proceed po muna.
Okay, ma'am. I'm Valerie Anastasio from Excel Industries Corporation. I'm the QC Inspection Head, and I handle the HACCP plan for Excel Industries Corporation for 2 years. Manufacturer of cosmetics products po kami and oral care products and also household products. We have LTO, GMP, ISO 2001, ISO 22716, hard hygiene, and HACCP. And my expectation is to enhance my knowledge on how to handle and document HACCP plan and also additional learnings on the objectives for the HACCP documentations. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you so much po, Miss Valerie. Okay, let me call Miss Engineer Mercy Grace Lactau. Ano, tama ba bigkas ko? From Top Chefs po. Good morning po. Kindly open your camera, ma'am.
Okay na po ba?
Yes po.
Okay, narinig pa. Okay.
Yes
I'm
po.
Engineer Mercy Lactau po from Top Chefs Food Supplies Incorporated. So our products is the Easy brand. Usually milk used for the milk tea shops po. So we also have sauces, easy powder, easy flavored syrups, then mga easy sparkle po, and so on po. So our current food certification po, so we have the LTO, CPR, halal certification, and GMP. So for now, we are under HACCP studies. So my expectation will be, although I have some knowledge, basic knowledge only for the HACCP. So we are preparing for the HACCP studies, then to gain HACCP certification po.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, from Top Chefs po. Okay, let me call on representative from Wellington Flour Mills. Ito po yung baka HACCP team po ito, kaya 5 po yung attendees po natin. Kindly open your camera na lang po, and sino po ba ang representative po natin po dito sa Wellington Flour Mills? Good morning. You may open po your camera.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Yes po.
Yes,
oo. Nag-e-echo lang po.
Nagpi-feedback kami.
Nagpi-feedback po, ma'am. Sige po. On nyo lang, off nyo lang po yung isang.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Yes po.
So, we are from Wellington. So, we have 5 here dito sa seminar po natin. So, first, I'm Derek Reyes. Designation is Senior Technical Assistant. And Miss Charo Sarate, our HR manager. And from mechanical department, engineer nilang po. From warehouse department, Sir Res Pinkeren, warehouse supervisor, and from electrical department, Engineer Joe Likwanan. Our product service, ma'am, is different kind of flour. In terms of food certification, we have LTO, GMP, and halal certification. And our expectation here in the webinar is to enhance in terms of documentation about
Okay na. Ha?
ma'am, nagpi-feedback po ba?
Intro.
Ma'am, malinaw po?
Yes po.
Medyo malinaw po ba? Medyo may nagpi-feedback po.
Medyo okay na po. Pero okay naman po yung sound. Sige po,
Okay.
you may proceed.
So yun po, ma'am. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much po from Wellington. Wellington Flour Mills. Okay, our next participant, Miss Christine Bailon from Chime Frozen Food. Ma'am, kindly open your camera and you may, ano na po, intro na po.
Ay, naku po. Diyos ko Lord, Diyos ko Lord. Anong setting ng ano? Sa BLTO po. Yung seal. Ano bang seal ako?
Hello, good morning po. Si Ma'am Christine Bailon. Morning.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. My name
Yes, ma'am.
is Maria
Your
Christine
time.
Bailon
Mm-mm.
from
Oh.
Frozen, Philippine Chimay Frozen Foods. Our products are, okay. Hello. Yes, hello. I'm the assistant manager of Philippine Chimay. Our
Army
products
318.
foods.
318.
The current food certification, we are FSMS and FDA accredited LTO also. And expectation is to learn more so that we could apply it in our company. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Christine Bailon.
Beth, wala pa yung products.
Best product.
Ay, Ma'am Christine, nakalimutan niyo pala banggitin yung product line. Ano po yung specific product line po nila, ma'am?
Yes, our product is frozen siopaw. Frozen foods like siopaw.
Frozen
Okay.
siopaw.
So frozen siopaw and other dim sum or siopaw lang?
Siopaw lang po, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much po, Miss Christine. Okay, from Pilmico, Mr. J. Badilla. Pa-open lang po ng camera. Good morning. Ay, nasaan na po si Sir J. Balilia from Pilmico. Mr. J, good morning. Morning po.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning po.
Yes po. Okay,
Rinig
pa-on na
po
lang
ba?
po ng camera, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Yan, on po. Yan. Hello, my name is Jay Balilia from Pilmico Animal Nutrition Food Corporation. Currently, ang position and designation ko is feed mill specialist under engineering department. And our products and services is animal food manufacturing. Currently, we are working on our HACCP then. Then our expectation ko is ayun, madagdagan pa yung
knowledge ko about HACCP accreditation to help the department to accredited HACCP. No? Yun lang. Yan. Thank you po.
Okay po. Sir J. Badilla. Good morning po. Okay.
Si Sir J, tanungin ko lang, animal feeds for anong particular, for aquaculture or for ano?
Alos ma'am, for poultry and yes, aquaculture din ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much po, Sir J. Badilla sa Cebu, from Cebu. Okay, good morning. Okay, our next participant from the Bacolod, Mr. Martin Joseph Aquino. Good morning po. You may open your camera as well as your microphone. Morning. Good morning. Yes po, nadidinig po. Ayun. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, thank you po. Opo, nadidinig naman po. Okay, thank you so much. Allow me also to read yung tinype po ng Batangas Egg Producer Multipurpose Cooperative. Dalawa po sila, si Miss Jerlyn Arañas, QC Lead, kasama niya po si Miss Tricia Estuista, QA Supervisor. Bali po sila po yung large egg distribution sa Batangas, and they also innovate egg products such as pasteurized liquid and eggs and dried egg powder. Bale sila po ay FSSC 22,000, FDA LTO, CPR, CGMP, Halal, and Food Safety Certified. Ayan po. Thank you po for Batangas Egg Producer Multipurpose Cooperatives. Ayan po. And we hope na lahat po na-meet po natin po yung lahat ng expectation. Since this seminar is 3-day po. But before I give the floor to our speakers, let me request everyone to open their camera and magmeron lang po tayong selfie. Screen lang po tayo para makita po namin kayo virtually. Ayan po. Ayan, pa-open lang po na po ng ating pong camera. Okay, yung iba po, baka wala pong camera. Ayan. Okay. Easy, ma'am. Ayan, si Neil. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Smile po. Okay, isa pa po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next. Okay, next page po. Ayan. Hi, Neil. Good morning. Okay. 1, 2,
There's another, there's another company just to remind you.
Ay, opo, may po, i-ano ko na lang po.
Sabi Blends Corporation.
Ay, sige po. Baka may problem. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile po. Okay, isa pa po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Salamat po. Okay, allow me to read po dito po sa atin pong chat box. Mr. Aldous Poons from Sabi Blends Corporation. They manufacture cheese products, sliced blocks, and shreds. Sir, ano po ba yung expectation po ninyo? You may open your camera and also your microphone. Ano po bang expectation po natin? Mr. I expect. Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Narinig niyo po ako, ma'am?
Yes po, naririnig po.
Ma'am, ako po si Aldous po from Sabi Blends. We manufacture cheese products like blocks, cheese slices, and shreds. Then, ang expectations ko po sa seminar na to, yung to learn more about HACCP documentation and how to identify food hazards para ma-improve po yung food safety practices po namin. Then, yun nga po, certified din po kami ng halal and GMP. Same as other companies. Yun po. Hello.
Okay, thank you so much po. Sir, Aldous po. Sir, paki-rename na lang po yung natin, yung nasa sumpo para madali po namin kayo ma-identify. And Sir Resty Ferrer, ano pong company po kayo, sir? Para name na rin po. Para ma-identify po namin kayo para may basis po kami sa attendance. Sir Resty, good morning. Anong company po kayo?
Wellington Flour Mills po.
Opo. Sir, pa-rename na lang po, sir, para para pag nag-check po kami ng attendance, meron po kaming basis po. Thank you po.
Okay po, no problem.
Pa-rename na lang po tayo. Okay. Since lahat po ng participants po natin ay nakapag-intro na po, ay nakapag-state na rin po sila ng kanilang expectation. Okay, allow me to introduce to you our speakers po. Our first speaker is a graduate of PS Food Technology with a Master Units in Food Science from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Her first job as a food technologist was to manage the research and development and quality control activities of the superior food corporations. She was a research assistant for 2 research projects of the University of the Philippines, National Science and Technology Authority, and also was a supervisor to the whole operation of the UP pilot food plant. Then became a lecturer on food processing, food quality control, and food preparation also at UP Diliman. She's also a senior faculty development manager officer for 4 years before he became an assistant division chief of the faculty division of the Philippine Trade Training Center. She then transferred to Pure Foods Corporation and became the manager for research and development, training and recruitment, central kitchen production activities, and franchise division. After her career in Pure Foods Corporation, she became a food technology trainer consultant, mainly involved in the preparation and conduct of trainings on food processing, GMP, SSOP, HACCP, ISO 22000 Food Safety Management System, and Food Safety System Certification 22000, Internal Food Safety Audit, Food Packaging and Labeling, and Cost Management, and also assisted MSMEs in the documentation of the mentioned standards. She held various consultancy projects like the EU ASEAN Bureau of Product Standards project on HACCP for ASEAN MSME, the Invent Company of Germany, and PTTC project on food safety capability building for 10 Philippine companies, and the Food Business Development Program for the Bicol region, and also providing consultations for GTZ environment-oriented cost management, as well as ISO 22000 standard. He is our resource person and mentor for nationwide food training programs of the Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Agriculture, University of the Philippines, College of Public Health. Our regular resource person for food safety courses and a consultant trainer for the Food Connect program of PTTC GEMEA. Let us all welcome our speaker, Ms. Maria Lucy Lisada. We can call her Ma'am Luch. Good morning po, Ma'am Luch.
Good morning, Beth. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for that introduction. So good morning to all the companies. Some of you I have met before, or maybe we have done in-house in your in-house training in some of your facilities. So welcome to this seminar. And then sabi nga natin, for some of you, maybe a refresher, but for some of you, you're targeting na nag-uumpisa pa lang, ano? So, we'll have yung writing natin, or the other thing is evaluating if you already have a written draft of the HACCP plan, no? So I will see you later. So good morning also to our Food Connect team, si Ma'am Rose, si Beth, and si Sir Neil. Okay, so thank you. I'll see you later.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Luch. At makakasama po natin siya hanggang Friday po to discuss for the discussion and the write siya po ng ating pong HACCP documentation. Okay, allow me to introduce to you our next speaker po. She is a certified lead auditor of the Food Safety System Certification, FSSC 22000 by the International Registry of Certified Auditors, or IRCA, a certified preventive controls qualified individual, or PCQI, of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration under the Food Safety Modernization Act, which is now fully implemented and required of all entities that conduct food trade with the U.S. Aside from being food safety auditor, she's currently also a food brand specialist for U.S. food brands in Southeast Asia and the U.S. territories, conducting unannounced and scheduled food safety audits. She's also a tutor of CGMP and HACCP in SGS Philippines, a certified mentor and coach of Go Negosyo, a nationwide MSME-focused enhancement advocacy program of the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship and the DTI for Business and Market Development. She's also an accredited PTTC resource speaker under its food safety program, a food safety trainer, system, and export marketing mentor and trainer. She is also the former Deputy Executive Director for the International Operations of the Center for International Trade Expositions and Missions, or CITEM, of the DTI, handling export business development programs for the Philippines, processed food products, industrial goods, and information technology in regional markets such as Europe, US, and Canada, Middle East, and the Asia Pacific. She's also the former Chief Technical Officer of the Prime Foods International, a leading exporter of the banana chips to global brands such as Nestle, Kellogg's, and Marks and Spencer, having a primary role in leading the organizations towards compliance to international food safety certifications. And she graduated from the University of the Philippines with a bachelor's degree in sugar technology and has a master's degree in food science from the same university. Let us give the round of applause our speaker, our second speaker, Miss Rosemary Tingson Kwan. Or you can call her Ma'am. Good morning po, Ma'am Rose.
Good morning. Good morning, Beth. Thank you for thank you for the introduction. So this is a 3-day activity, knowledge sharing activity for documentation and HACCP. So it is good day for us to begin this session with all of you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being a part of this session. I see diverse and interesting products, and I hope we will have a fruitful 3-day knowledge sharing session starting today. So thank you for our partners at PTTC, Beth, Neil, and the entire organization. Good morning and see you later.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Ma'am Luch and Ma'am Rose. Makakasama po natin sila for our 3-day training on HACCP documentation. Pag may mga tanong po tayo, especially sa mga right shop natin po, more on right shop po talaga itong ating training since our training is on HACCP documentation. Nandiyan po sila para to assist us po. Okay. Allow me to give the floor to Ma'am Luch for her topics to be discussed on for this morning po.
Okay, good morning everyone. Beth, this is for yung intro lang muna natin on
Yes,
the
po.
HACCP, on the course. Basically, you have given them a parang run through ng program flow and what to expect, and then also yung ating flow ng, yun nga yung discussion natin, no? So anyway, I'd like to share screen. Okay. Okay na ano? Hindi pa lang slideshow, no? Okay. So, okay na ano, Beth?
Yes, Luch, okay na.
Okay na, sige. So anyway, again, good morning, no? We've heard from yung mga expectations nyo, yung introduction nyo. So sabi nga ni Ma'am Rose, yung diverse, no, na products. So yung mga narinig ko products, just let me know, baka may mga na-miss ako, no? So some of the products are beverages, so assorted beverages nga. And then we have cheese products, we have flour, we have turmeric for a client, and then dressed chicken. Then we have eggs, we have agricultural products. So a variety of, yung may purple yam, may banana leaves, and then also we have sauces, condiments, we have frozen siopaw, and then we have capsules and cosmetics. And then yung sa feeds, no, yung from what I heard, yung poultry and aqua culture. I think there is another feed company, yung Agrisential. Pareho din ba? Poultry and aquaculture din ba? Yung feeds? Kahit kung if difficult for you, pwede namang sa chat box, no? Hindi lang ako sure para ma-cover natin. So poultry ba and aquaculture feeds din, yung Agrisential? Okay, so anyways, kahit mamaya. And then we have a service here, yung accreditation of certifying bodies from the DTI, Philippine Accreditation Board, no? Okay, so maybe, hopefully nasabi ko lahat ng mga products, no? So just let me know if there are other products that I might not have mentioned. So, ang expectation din naman namin is that please ask your questions. Sabi natin, we always say this, there is no question that is too simple to ask, no? Huwag kayong matako mag-hesitate na baka sabihin nung katabi, nung kaklase ko pala, tinatanong pa ba yan? Yes, of course, if you really want to get the answer, may concern ka, and then sabi nga natin, mahirap naman you go through the 3 days ng training na hindi mo nasagot, no? Yung nakuha yung sagot doon sa tanong mo, no? So this is for 3 days. Expectation namin, ask your questions, or if there is anything that you would want to comment, to share related to what we're doing, no? That might be beneficial also to the whole group. Wag lang kayong mag-hesitate, no? So yun naman ang aming expectation, including yung active participation dito sa ating mga gagawin. Okay, so this is for a 3-day course na on HACCP documentation. So in terms of when you see the word documentation, no, it's really writing, no? Pero again, we will emphasize here that some of you, I think, are just starting or are involved already in the HACCP documentation, no? And some of you members ng HACCP team or being groomed to become members ng HACCP team, no? So kung ano man ang reason nyo na nandito kayo, for one, ang output natin dito is, number one, if let's say, for 3 days, hindi natin ma-expect at hindi nyo naman, yung iba, hindi nyo kasama yung team nyo, no? We just want you to appreciate yung thought process na kung paano ina-approach, no, yung HACCP documentation. So for some of you, it may be na nasa level na talagang mag-uumpisa ka pa lang, yung parang actually really how to prepare or write a HACCP plan, no? But some of you are already certified, HACCP certified. That goes without saying that, syempre meron ka ng HACCP, no? So that for you, ang output nyo naman is really to review or evaluate ano yung existing nyo. So some of you in preparation maybe for an audit, and then some of you para ma-finalize lang yung initial draft. So it's both either trying to prepare or write the HACCP plan versus meron na rin kayo yung iba and then reviewing or evaluating it, no? So some of you, yun nga, you are actually confirming na ito ba ang talagang kailangan namin gawin. So we're basically concerned with yung thought process. So kung ano man level kayo na nandun, no? So once sabi nga natin, ito pa, tuloy-tuloy kasi ito, principles nga ito, but they are steps, sequential. So pag talagang medyo baka nahirapan tayo or there's a confusion as to kung even the previous step na kung nasa principles na tayo, then please let us know. Then all of this, alam natin, will start with prerequisites and prelims, no, for day 1. So yung ating course description is, of course, a documentation or a writing, no, a write shop, basically. Course on hazard analysis and critical control points planning. So hopefully at the end of the training, for one, some of you will be able to prepare a tentative, that's very tentative, no, yung sample draft ng HACCP plan for a specific product. Remember that HACCP is product specific. So at this point, no, we will also ask you, we will request you to give us a specific product, no? Kasi when we say HACCP is product specific, it cannot be a group of products unless, sabi nga natin, the only thing na pwede mo pagsamahin sa isang HACCP plan is if it's the same, exactly the same process category, and then maybe may nag-iba lang na ingredient, no? Example lang ha, nyari sardines. If you're talking about sardines in tomato sauce, then you're talking about sardines in tomato sauce with chili, pero in tomato sauce pa rin, no? That's the only time you can have one HACCP plan for that. But let's say you're talking of sardines in tomato sauce and then sardines in oil, iba na rin yun, no? So during the break, please also start discussing with yung may mga kasama, no, yung sa teammates nyo, kung ano yung gagawin yung exercise pa nga lang ito, no, for that tentative draft. Or if kung ano yung existing na, yun na yung sabihin niya sa amin kung ano yung products. Kasi yung ating mga write shop will be dependent, of course, on that particular product. Okay? So yun nga, it's either prepare a draft, yung how to actually, ano ba yung elements ng HACCP plan na nandun, to write it, and or evaluate yung company's existing HACCP documentation. Kung meron mang revisions, or if you're just confirming if you're doing it right, kung meron mang kailangan. Okay? So where you have your existing documentation, we will appreciate na yung kung yun ang yung parts that you are able to present para maging relevant talaga sa inyo, no? Okay? So ang outline natin will go this way, no? So for the 3 days, so yung course description, which is what we're doing now, no? Then shortly after this, a brief review lang, no? Until the break. And then we go to now the HACCP documentation, pero ang uunahin natin syempre yung prerequisites, di ba? Na sabi nga natin parang accounting 1, hindi ka pwedeng mag-accounting 2 kung wala kang accounting 1, di ba? So anyway, yun yung ano muna, what should be in place, no? For us to be able to go now into HACCP writing, HACCP plan writing. And then, punta na tayo doon sa HACCP proper. We end the day today with yung preliminary steps. This is already the starting, ika nga parang entry point ng sa HACCP. We call it preliminary steps, but this lay the basic foundation for what we're going to do in dealing with the HACCP principles, no? So we have that until today, no, yung preliminary steps. And then for tomorrow and for Friday, we'll have the HACCP principles. Pero kasi hanggang ending na, no, yung putting it all together into a tentative na part of a HACCP plan that you will present, no, yung output nyo per Friday. Okay, so yun ang ating gagawin, no? But yun na nga, let it not be a hindrance kung yung talagang maraming tanong o kailangan yung masigurado, because nahirap naman dire-diretso tayo sa principles na hindi natin ma-appreciate yung sa umpisa pa lang, no? So that's what we'll have as an outline for the 3 days. Okay, meron bang nasa, may questions ba sa Chat box. Hindi. Tungkol lang sa ano.
Wala po.
Okay. I-manage mo lang, Beth, ha? Kung may questions. Okay. And then, sabi nga natin, ulitin ko lang, output natin is either yung draft HACCP plan na yung part lang, no? Hindi siya buong HACCP plan. We cannot aim to finish it in 3 days. And especially, alam nyo naman yan, yung mga kahit yung HACCP certified na, di ba? Tagal natin ginawa yan. And or a presentation of yung existing, yung part lang din of the existing HACCP plan, no? That you have already prepared. So ito, just before the break, no, we have a brief review, no, of what to expect for the 3 days. So a review lang of our HACCP. Kasi ang ano dito, no, well, we are assuming, hopefully, no, na dapat naman you have gone through the HACCP awareness, ha? When we say awareness, kasi whether in PTTC or another outfit or organization, kasi para ma-appreciate natin, kasi ito, the writing down na. We'll still discuss some of the details like the hazards, pero syempre, yung sa awareness, yung na-involved na kayo actually in writing the HACCP plan, and you have the basic working knowledge of ano ba ang hazard analysis and critical control points. Pero sabi nga natin, meron pa rin tayong tukol doon sa details ng hazards. Hindi lang, syempre, we're now dealing with different products. May question ba?
Ma'am,
Unmute ba?
Ma'am, hindi po. Share screen. Nakikita po ba nakikita ko po kasi yung naka-share screen po. Sige ma'am, ano na lang po. Ma'am, nakikita po?
Ako ba tinatanong mo or participants? Ano?
Nakikita po ba?
Luchi, kasi merong mga message dito na hindi nila nakikita yung presentation mo. Si Pilchi May at saka si Agrisential.
Oo, pero all others nakikita naman.
So,
Nakikita po ba?
may we ask to all the others, ano naman ng
Oo,
thumbs
thumbs
up.
Oo.
You can see the presentation.
Oo, please let us know. Oo.
Mag-thumbs up tayo.
Thumbs up po. Wala. Yung kanina po bang pinakita ko rin ba? Wala, di rin po ba naka-share screen?
Wala rin kay wala rin kay WFM.
Bakit? Sige. Bakit kaya po? Sige ma'am.
Baka sa settings, Beth? Oo.
Settings po ma'am, I will na lang po. I will ask Neil nandito. Kung nandito si Neil, kindly na lang.
Oo. Pero Rose, nakikita nyo?
I can see it here.
Oo, bakit kaya? Baka yung settings sa ano?
Sa settings. Sige po, na lang po.
Sige, hold ko muna. Let me know or ano?
Sige ma'am, sige, na lang po.
Luchi, mo muna.
Stop share ko muna.
Stop share
ko. Share ko ulit.
Stop share.
Tanungin ko na lang po si
Selective ang nakakakita eh.
Bakit? Oo.
Si Neil
Sige.
Teka,
baka itong
Neil nandyan
kasi yung sige, sandali Ba't nakalagay dito? Beth, may nakalagay sa akin, your shared screen can be seen only by hosts and co-hosts. Kaya baka yung settings nyo?
Baka sa settings siguro. Okay po. Okay, we will...
Check mo lang.
Sige.
Wala pa rin?
Hindi, sandali. Luchi, ayusin na lang muna.
Okay, stop share muna.
Ayusin na lang muna. Stop share.
Okay.
Hindi po, ma'am. Kasi kanina nag-share screen. Nag-share screen ako, nakita naman po. Baka nandito yan nakikita. Okay. We'll, na lang po. We will fix it na lang po.
Pwede bang tumuloy lang magsalita? Hindi para lang. Or antayin na natin.
Baka sa settings siguro siya.
Or baka may concerns or questions sila other than what's happening now. Para naman yung time.
Sige po. Well, check na lang po kung kung bakit siya
Siguro, you can continue kahit hindi siguro
Oo, sige, ano
show
lang.
muna. Oo, ikaw na lang ang
Ah,
mag-open ng camera. Muna.
ayan, nag-ano rin. Pati yung
Oo.
background, I think there's something with the settings
Oo.
na. So hindi na ako magpapakita din ng picture ng video muna, no? So anyway, ito nga is yung ating review. Pwede naman natin i-review. Yun nga ang assumption natin. Hopefully, talagang you have been involved in HACCP, you have a working knowledge of HACCP, at least you had attended at least a HACCP awareness session, whether it be in-house or some other organization, no? Kasi, yan nga, ang gagawin nga natin again, just to emphasize that yung thought process na kung paano ginagawa yung ating HACCP plan and or if you already have an existing HACCP plan, yung draft nyo, kung meron kayong gustong i-revise. Ano yun, Beth?
May naka-share screen po dito sa ano natin. Si Mr. Kind shares po kasi meron po ditong naka-flash po sa screen na parang homepage po ng PTTC. Sir Aldus?
Do you see yung naka-share screen ngayon? Pwedeng
Opo,
pa,
ma'am. Ma'am, nakikita niyo. Ginawa,
Oo.
naka-host naman po. Kayo po. Opo. Kindly unshare na lang po, sir. Nakikita po namin dito sa nakikita po nila, hindi po. Nakikita po ng mga participant po, Sir Dennis.
Wala pong
Ay,
naka-share screen po sa akin po.
wala po. Wala po. Kasi yung nakikita ko dito yung file from sige po, okay. Thank you.
Bet parang tayo lang ang nakakakita. Yung sinasabi ni Luchi na host at saka ano lang.
Sige po. Yes.
Oo, host and co-host nakalagay. Only. Oo.
Okay po. Sige. Later.
Pwede mo bang gawing co-host muna lahat?
Ay, pwede naman po si
Oo nga.
Pwede bang i-co-host na muna natin lahat?
Oo, para
Para
makita
makuha
lang
na nila
natin.
yung screen.
Website daw. Ito ba yung website, Beth? Yung naka-flash sa screen mo?
Po?
Ano yung naka-flash? Yung kalagay Philippine Trade Training Center. Yung website to ng
Sige,
ng
ma'am. Sige, ma'am. Ano ko na lang po, ma'am. Tawagin ko na lang po. Pakitawag na lang si Sige po.
Okay.
Si Anton.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, ganito na lang po.
Pwede naman tayo mag-break muna.
Yes po, yes po.
Okay.
Can we have our morning break po muna while we fixing po the po. Thank you po. 15-minute break lang sa
Tapos 10 o'clock resume tayo. Tapos Ma'am Rose, kukunin ko lang yung 10 to 10:15. Yung 10:15 Ay, 10 to
Yes,
10:15.
Luch. Okay lang,
Okay.
Luch, para maayos lang natin to. Then we can
Okay.
continue.
Sige,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. So, Beth, what do we do?
Ma'am, I will na lang po muna, papasuyo ko na lang po si Arnold.
No, what I mean is sa participants, magbe-break time ba tayo?
Yes, opo. Sige po, ma'am. Okay lang.
Sige.
Sige po.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
break
let
muna
them know na
tayo.
lang, Oo.
Opo. Sorry for some technical issues na lang po. Salamat. Please bear with us po. Thank you. Ika ko muna to. I-leave ko
Sige.
muna.
Okay, so it's 9:44 now, no? So, let me just confirm this, just a moment. Okay, so let's just pause for 15 minutes. Let's have our break now. Ano na muna? Oo, tayo na yan. Tayo na lahat yan. Mag-break na tayo ng 15 minutes, 9:45 to 9:44 na, no? So let's see each other at 10 o'clock, no? We hope to finish all of this and then continue na tayo ng ating setup. So Luch, you will just continue later, no? After ng break time, Luch?
We'll have just 15 minutes lang, i-review lang naman to. Oo.
Okay lang.
I'll do
So,
it
we will
quickly.
have our break time muna ngayon, okay?
Yes. Okay, thank
Kasama
you.
tayo lahat ha, Jade. Nagtatanong ka.
Oo, lahat. Break muna.
Okay, see you later.
See you at 10.
10 o'clock, okay. I hope you can hear me ha, lahat. Okay, so we will have a break time at 10.
Oo, naririnig ka naman. Loud and clear.
Okay, see you at 10 o'clock. Okay.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, once again, good morning, and we apologize po. Some technical difficulties encountered during our a while ago po, and may we ask po if nakikita na po yung nasa screen, yung may thumbs up po. Pa-thumbs up lang po. Ayan. Thank you. How about the
Oh,
others?
ini-stop share ko ulit. Tapos i-share ko ulit ano ha.
Yes po.
Sige,
Okay.
from the start na lang para.
Maybe also request everyone to open their cameras na rin po. Magte-take to na ulit. Mag-take to na po tayo dun sa dun sa kaninang screening.
So, teka muna, di-unshare ko ulit ito. Teka.
Sige po.
Oo, kasi mag-screening ka, di ba?
Opo,
sige.
kasi may mga hindi po
Sige, stop. Share muna. Okay. Ano
Sige
ba
po.
yan?
Nakaano ba? Sige po. Ayan. Thank you for bearing with us. Magganto talaga pag virtual and medyo ano po. Ayan, thank you. Ano ulit po tayo? Screening po ulit tayo. Ayan pa. Open ulit po ng ating pong mga camera. Ayan. Si Ma'am Rose ko nakabukas yung camera. Paano mo nakabukas yung camera? Sabi mo mag-screen. Sabi mo nakikita niya na po. Magte-take to po tayo. Antayin na lang po natin yung iba magbukas. Paano? Ayan. Okay, take two po tayo. Apologies for some technical problems po. Pag virtual po, ganun po talaga. Mas nakaka-stress po pag virtual. Nakaka-encounter po ng... Anyway, okay, naka-open na po ba lahat ng ating pong mga camera? Ayan po. How about the others po? Sila? Dito sa akin mo. Sila wala. Meron na, okay. Okay, mag-ano na po tayo. Take two ng ating pong screen. Ayan po. Pabukas lang po ng ating pong mga camera. Ayan po. Ayan, salamat. Salamat sa mga thumbs up. Okay. Ayan po. Naka-ready na po. Naka-project na po tayo. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Smile po. Isa pa po. 1, 2, 3. Smile po ulit. Okay, next page po. Si mga hahabol pa po. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Smile po ulit tayo. Yan, si ma'am. Habol-habol po. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Smile po. Ayun, thank you. Okay, medyo fixed na po yung problem natin po. Ma'am, Luch, pa-testing po. Kung makikita na po namin yung isi-share screen nyo.
Ano ba to? Hazard
Hazard yan po yung ano.
Teka. Okay, teka muna. I'll do it from the start. Teka. Slideshow. Ayan naman mag-slideshow. Teka ha. Pero nakikita nyo na?
Nakikita na po ba?
Oo, pero hindi siya slideshow, no? Teka muna.
Hindi siya slideshow, Luge.
Opo, nakita po, pero hindi po
Wala. Ano? Teka muna, unshare ulit ha? Sandali.
Yan, unshare, share po ulit.
Okay. Ano ba yan? Let's do it again.
Take two po.
Nako, itong isa na nga. Ewan.
Ayan, nakikita na po
Okay
ba?
na. Teka, gagalaw ba?
Slideshow na.
Ayan.
Yun po.
Okay na.
Gumalaw na po.
Yes,
Salamat.
yes, okay na, Luge. Okay.
Thank
Okay
you
na.
po. And
Sige.
for some technical. Thank you.
Sige, let's resume, no? So anyway, nasabi ko na nga yung ating supposed to be outputs, and then ito na yung ating brief review, no, of what we to expect for the 3 days. So again, hopefully, sabi nga natin, you have undergone any sort of awareness training or yun talaga na-involve kayo sa HACCP planning, no? So all of this, of course, ang ating starting ano nito, ang basis natin is that yung Philippine Food Safety Act of 2013 signed into law noong 2013 yung RA 10611. So this is actually the food safety policy of the Philippines as a country, no? So ang act to strengthen the food safety regulatory system in the country to protect consumer health and facilitate market access of local foods and food products and for other purposes, no? So sabi nga, any food safety training naman in the Philippines starts with the Philippine Food Safety. So, ang nakalagay sa Food Safety Act is that yung tayo, no, what we're called actually food business operators or FBOs, or in some cases, market authorization holders, MAH, kasi you're authorized, no, to be able to sell in the market, no, should take a HACCP-based approach to ensure safety of the food products, no. So, we have here also cosmetic and cosmetic products, no. And I suppose medicinal kasi your herbal, may mga capsules, no? And then, ang references natin here will be, of course, basically, no, yung ating kasing update doon sa ating GMP is that it's ina-align na yan sa ASEAN GMP, no? Kasi ASEAN block tayo. But especially for yung sa HACCP, we have references yung in-update ng Codex in 2020. And then, yung US FDA din na HACCP kasi sila yung nag-originators nitong HACCP, no? And then of course, depende kung anong standards ang hinahabol natin even for certification or what you plan to implement. So, very brief lang tungkol sa origin of HACCP, no? It started in the late 50s and early 60s, no? But it's really based on yung space age technology para maging safe yung food for astronauts. Kasi dati, basic lang yan na yung mga madaling maging safe, no? So usually mga liquids, mga purees, but now they have steak dinners o kaya yung mga whole vegetables na, no? So it's really what they use to make sure that astronauts are safe pag nasa space. Kasi alam nyo naman, delikado kung kahit naman medically equipped sila, there should be no case of food poisoning, no? In space, kahit naman dito sa Earth, no? And then, ang nag-umpisa niya, nag-collaborate our NASA, yung Space Administration ng US, and then the US Army. Because dati may tinatawag tayo mga rations. Ano, yun yung when in times of war o yung mga sundalo, kailangan, syempre ang dala lang nila are things that are, kailangan nila ng food na hindi na yung talagang full cooking, no? So these are, dito nag-umpisa yung tinatawag nating retort pouches, no? So they were even designed so as to be the same color as yung mga uniforms nila, no? And then, but the very first food company to work with on this is yung existing pa rin na Pillsbury, no? Na familiar kayo, yung Wellington, ano? Kasi all started with flour products and now they're into frozen dough and other products, no? So, ang gusto lang nating pakita dito, what we'll go through, no? Sabi nga natin, yung ma-appreciate natin ang HACCP is really planning, kaya nga preventive system versus end-of-the-line testing. So makikita nyo rin, may role naman ang end-of-the-line testing dito, but it's really more for verification. But when you're going into yung HACCP planning, is you're really trying to prevent your food to become unsafe, di ba? And then let us not forget, lahat ito has evidence or science-based controls and all of the aspects of the HACCP plan, no? Laging merong basis in science. And ngayon nga lang, hindi na lang enough that we have it from literature, peer-reviewed lahat yan, o mga medical journals, o kung scientific journals, pero kailangan validated pa rin, yung tawag nating validated sa sarili nating situation. Like for example, if let's say a certain temperature is known to kill salmonella o kung ano mang pathogen, ano? But we still try that temperature, we test it, kaya validated yung process natin for our own situation. So it's a combination, of course, it all starts from, you can get from literature, so scientific data, but you'll have to validate it for your own situation. Basically, sabi nga natin in short, no, ang HACCP really, it's really a system para ma-reduce yung risk of a foodborne illness outbreak. So, how do you do that? Ito na yung sinasabi nating ang main tool nyo, no? Kaya ito ang figure natin dito is the process flow diagram. Kasi ang main tool nyo is really your step-by-step knowledge of your operations. Kaya nga, it has to be very specific, product specific talaga. Kasi you'll now realize na hindi, kung it's a group of products na iba-iba ang paggawa niya, you'll have a problem analyzing the flow of food, no? So kaya very specific kasi ang gagawin mo doon, 3 things. Number 1, you try to identify ano ang potential problems, no? That translates now to yung pag-uusapang hazards. And then while you now know, na-identify mo na, you'll have to prevent, no? Or kung ano man ang gusto mong mangyari sa kanya, do sa hazard, by planning. But also in the plan, you'll have to have yung paano mo i-correct yung situation kung mangyari nga, no? Well, of course, you have a plan, pero hindi naman foolproof lahat. Pag hindi nangyari as planned, ano ba ang gagawin mo? So, kailangan kasama sa plano yon. So basically, what you do, no? Pag may problema, kahit sa buhay ko, ito, kailangan alam mo muna, acknowledge mo muna ano yung problema para mo siya mapagplanuhan at hindi mangyari or ma-solve mo. Diba? So, basically, yan ang concept ng HACCP. But ang objective natin dito is really reduce yung risk of yung illness, no? Foodborne illness. So, kaya what do we need, no, for HACCP? So, unang-una, ito yung 2 legs ng HACCP, which after this, no, will be discussed by Ma'am Rose, yung prerequisites ng HACCP. Sabi nga natin, hindi tayo makakapunta sa next step sa HACCP kung wala ito. So, ano ba dapat ang in place? Yung ating GMP, and then yung SSOPs or the Sanitation Standard Operating Procedures. Number 1, these are the guidelines. And then yung SSOPs are how to implement itong guidelines natin. Kasi policies nga lang yung una, no? E di yung parang sinasabi natin kailangan pinapractice natin, but how do we now do this? And ito na yung specific na procedural plans that we have to have. Kaya nga, yan yung dalawang prerequisites, no? So we'll have a review of the prerequisites after this. And then, going now to the yung proper, HACCP proper na, no? Ito na yung preliminary steps. They are preliminary steps. When you look at the forms, they seem to be easy to fill in, but they have to be accurately filled in kasi ito yung nagpo-form, naglilay ng foundation para doon sa gagawin nating HACCP planning. So basically, yung 5 steps, again, will be, will be discussed in detail, but all starts from yung team assembly nyo and ano ba yung scope. Kaya nga, we're requesting you to give us yung ano ba yung specific product din na cover natin dito sa gagawin natin, no? As an exercise. Number 2, so you have to describe that specific product, yung intended use niya, users, and then of course, the important tool or yung sabi nating development and verification of the process flow diagram na ima-match mo dun sa plant schematic. So all of this, no, these 5 steps will prepare you for the HACCP planning. And basically, kahit sino gusto magtingin ng ating HACCP plan is that dito magbe-base, no? Ano ba yung sinulat natin dito? So, yan nga yung sinasabi natin. Kung medyo hindi natin na maayos ito, mahihirapan din tayo in terms of the HACCP planning. So, yung focus ng HACCP, so again, we have a principle by principle discussion, starting tomorrow. But yung to put it all together, na paano bang sinasabi, ano bang focus natin sa HACCP? So basically, the first step is really analyzing hazards. So maraming ang pag sinabing analyzing hazards, makikita nyo, hindi lang yan simply listing the hazards, no? Alam natin kung ano yung mga from literature, but when we say hazard analysis, it's really identifying, characterizing, tapos yun na yung sasabi natin, may initial control measures na tayo ma-identify. Para pumunta tayo sa second step or principle na alin ba talaga doon? Eh baka meron tayong multiple heating steps or whatever. Alin ba talaga ang kill step doon? Which is really critical when you talk about pathogens, di ba? So hanggang determine na natin yung CCPs or critical control points. Now, yan na yung getting the information from the HACCP. Sabi natin, more than half of yung trabaho natin is done. But yung real planning starts from principle 3. Ito na yung alam na natin kung ano yung hazards na i-address natin at saang punto ng proseso. So that's why we'll now have to do the planning starting with yung critical limits natin. Ano yung kailangan nating itignan or i-observe para masabi natin na nakokontrol natin yung hazard at that particular CCP. Kaya yung word na validated, ibig sabihin na test natin, situation natin. Now, when you have set these limits, kailangan mo i-monitor. So, kailangan, related to the limit, no? And dapat match yun para malaman mo kung okay as planned, no? Everything is going fine. But, you'll have to have a planned corrective action. Okay, terminology lang to, ma-explain pa rin natin further, no? Sa ISO, baligtad. Itong sinasabi nating take corrective actions, pero syempre, may correction pa rin yan, which means root cause analysis, yung traditional HACCP. However, sa ISO, baligtad. You'll have the correction as the right here, right now, and then corrective action, yung root cause analysis. So ngayon, when you have all of these first 5 principles, no, but you really have to verify the system kasi baka naman, ang action natin base dun sa correct tayo ng correct, yung pala, merong errors in the system. So we'll have to have a set of verification procedures to make sure, yan yung panigurado, no? And finally, dapat lahat ito tali-tali ng records, no? So, ito yung lahat ng principles ng HACCP, or sabi nga natin, actually sequential siya, no? So, when we have all of this, then ito na yung sinasabi nating we're planning for safe food. So kailangan talagang from the first principle to the last, isang siya, ang tawag dito, tied together lahat yung kanilang mga, hindi pwedeng naiba yung limit mo, tapos iba yung monitoring procedure mo. So it's really, if let's say have 3 CCPs, may 3 kang parang mini plans, no? So you take that as one plan muna, no? Kasi for that particular point, and then to make up your, together with the other CCPs, i-develop mo yun, that you'll have your HACCP plan, no? So ito lang yung what we have already discussed briefly, no? So more details tomorrow. So kailangan lang sa principle 1, tatandaan natin yung definition. We all start with the same definition ng hazard. So unacceptable contamination that can cause injury, illness, or death. We go to the categories na physical, chemical, and biological. And lahat itong ginagawa natin sa principle 1 should be risk-based, no? So yun ang principle 1. Principle 2, once we have now gone through the principle 1 na hanggang sa control measures na initial, we now have to identify alin muna talaga ang kung saang step na simply put, yan yung sinasabi natin kung saan, kung anumang action ang gusto mo mangyari sa hazard, eliminate ba, prevent, or minimize to acceptable levels, na doon mag-occur. Kasi pag hindi mo nagawa properly itong point na to, kaya nga critical is that your product will now become unsafe. So now that you have identified and then characterized, and then meron ka ng hazard analysis and have identified aling punto sa proseso mo, eto na yung planning. Mag-assign ka na ng limits para masabi mong na-address mo nga yung hazard at that particular point. So yung mga critical limits that you will go by as a parang measuring, parang standard mo, no? na yun dapat ang masusunod mo. Kasi yan ngayon ang magiging basis mo na ano bang limits mo na kailangan mong i-monitor. So dapat yung monitor procedures mo match din kung ano yung critical limit, di ba? So what, how to do it, how often, o yung frequency, and then who to monitor. In some cases, merong where, yung location. No? But these are the 4 ika nga minimum requirements. Kasi dito ngayon mangyayari, pag nag-monitor ka, nakukuha mo ba talaga yung sinabi mong validated limits sa 3, no? Kasi dito ka na mag-a-action na kailangan ko bang i-correct pag hindi na meet yung critical limits na nakaset, no? So you'll have to have actions regarding ano gagawin mo sa produkto, ano gagawin mo sa linya. So again, this is the traditional HACCP na right here, right now. But then also, we consider that kailangan meron na rin, dinadagdagan na nga ng columns yung HACCP plan, no? Yung correction. Kasi hindi naman pwedeng correct ka na lang ng correct every time, yung immediate lang, hindi mo isipin, bakit nga ba nangyayari yon? So you'll have to have the root cause. So traditional HACCP, magiging correction yon. ISO baligtad, okay? So correction is the right here, right now, and corrective action is the root cause. Which will bring us to, sabi nga natin, kasi ang naging decision natin whether to correct no or not is based on the limits. Na pag hindi critical limits are not met, no, then gagawin mo nga yung corrective action mo. However, you'll have to have verification procedures because there may be errors in the system, like may personnel involved, may instruments involved, di ba? May records involved. So these are measures to ensure that yung buong sistema mo, you're confirming that it is really working so that tama kung gagawa ka ng corrective action o hindi, base pa rin dun sa limits mong naset. And finally, yung sa 7, syempre to put it all together at magiging ano mo to, no? This both historical data and para may evidence ka, no? That this is the plan, this is what your boy have to monitor, this is what you have to do, what you have to correct in case, no? So it's putting it all together in one document na ito na yung purpose natin, ano? Na pag sinabing HACCP plan, it's documentation from, actually, not even just the principles, kundi from the prerequisites pa and the preliminary steps na kasi kasama yun sa buong HACCP plan documentation. Okay? So, yan ang ating brief review lang, no? So, ang sasabihin lang natin dito, no, to end, ito lahat yung base ng pyramid, no? Ito na lahat yung GMP and mga SSOPs natin. But your HACCP plan in the company will not succeed kung walang total and top management commitment, no? So it's all it all starts from hindi pwedeng may HACCP team lang. The HACCP team is supposed, or the food safety team is supposed to lead the organization, but it's an organization-wide activity and it should start from the top, no? Management. Okay? So tandaan lang natin, these are food safety requirements and regulations that will help us to para yung ating reputation sa business natin, ano? And of course, anybody in the food business or whether kung meron din tayo ditong sa cosmetics, no, in capsules, we're offering a service to the consumers. But let us not forget, all of these are based on yung responsibility natin for safety. So everybody, the whole food supply chain na participant is responsible for food safety. Okay? So ika nga I started yesterday. So it's really importante yung ating food safety. Sabi natin, we all start with the Food Safety Act. It's our policy as a country, but then it translates now to the food safety policies of our own individual companies to be able to say that we are producing safe food. Okay, so yan yung ating brief introduction lang for HACCP, no? Sige, so unless may questions na concerns that you might want to let us know, no? So anytime naman, please just either in the chat box or yung raise your hand. Okay, so Beth, back to you. Stop share na ako.
Yes po. Hindi na po ako nawala. Ayun po, good morning and baka may mga tanong po or may mga clarifications po kayo regarding po dun sa diniscuss ni Ma'am Rose. Ma'am, yung sa presentation materials po ba, pwede po bang isend sa mga participants po, yung nasaan po ninyo?
Are you asking me, ano?
Yes po,
Beth?
yes.
Oo, hindi. As always, no? Usually after the first or kahit minsan sa third day na before they go, we send copies of yung materials, no?
May magtanong po kasi. Baka
Oo,
may
naman.
magtanong
We're
lang.
sending the materials, no? But ayusin lang para lang, ano.
Oo, sige po. Kasi
Oo,
baka
meron kayong materials.
I sent already din po, included po dun sa Zoom link yung mga forms or rather templates na gagamitin po later po dun sa atin pong write shop or sa workshop po. Yung may ano naman, editable naman, naka-Word naman, saka naka-Excel naman po siya. Ayan. Okay, thank you po. Baka may mga tanong pa po tayo? Or wala na po? Wala na pong clarifications or other concerns po? Mukhang, ayun, thank you po. From Pilmico, okay, nag-thumbs up naman po si Sir J. Okay. Okay, Ma'am Lutz, wala naman po silang tanong. Pwede na pong, ayun po, si Ma'am Christine Bailon, okay, na ano naman po, na-absorb naman po nila yung lecture po, yung intro po ni Ma'am Lutz, Introduction to HACCP po. Ayan. Okay, I will give the floor to Ma'am Rose to discuss the prerequisite programs. Good morning po, Miss Rose. Yes po, I sent already po. Sige po. Yung templates.
Okay, good morning, no? So,
Yes po.
the first agenda, after the introduction, is this topic on prerequisite programs, no? So, okay, so I hope this is well seen by everyone. So, we will begin with okay, HACCP prerequisite programs, and this is, as the earlier explained, this is the foundation of HACCP, and we would just like to revisit, no, the role of the PRPs or prerequisite programs in a HACCP approach food safety system. No, we are using the term HACCP approach because since we are all Philippine-based food business operators, as how we are called, no, tayong may mga roles pagdating sa food chain. When we look kasi at the Food Safety Act of 2013, the statement there is for the food establishment or and we also have here, no, yung from the cosmetics group as well as animal feed, no. I'm sure you would understand kasi meron na tayo. Natinignan ko naman yung mga background natin. We already have the necessary certification. So I'm sure you would understand why even the cosmetics group and then the animal feed group would have a need, no, for HACCP. And based on FDA based on our Philippine FDA, what is stated there is for all food business operators and those participating in the food supply chain to have a food safety system that has a HACCP approach, no? HACCP-based approach. And we foresee that eventually this statement will further be updated in view of what's happening in the international scene as well as what is happening in the domestic, no? Na later on, all food business operators will have to be HACCP certified, no? So, and that's why there is a significance by which you would like to update and understand our prerequisite programs, because as we know, this is the foundation of HACCP, no? So, Okay, so having said that, so our overview for discussion that we will finish this morning is or the agenda is we begin with a brief overview followed by the PRPs or prerequisite programs under Codex HACCP 2020. You will see here that there is already a 2022 version, no? But when it comes to the text or the content or the content of the documents, it's still largely the document of HACCP 2020. It is still asterisk marked here, the 2022, because what was done was to add more tools, no, or documents to be able to identify what are our CCPs, critical control points. So nakita ninyo yung importance of the CCPs, ano? How we should be able to identify it correctly, no? By way of the HACCP plan that we're doing for our establishment, no? Then we will proceed to just, just to recall, ano ba yung nasa PRPs ng ating sariling FDA A0153, no? And then documentation of PRPs. This will be actually followed by workshop in the afternoon. We will, as we said, no, we go with the flow, but make sure that all the topics are carried out, are discussed. So the workshop will follow, and then we will proceed with the next topics for the day. No, so what we see here is the very familiar diagram about having your foundations, the PRPs, which would mean that this is about production environment, our facility. And the people that go with that, the equipment, food contact, non-food contact surface that embodies the facility. So we have to make sure that the PRPs are in place to address proper the hygiene situation of the facility, and to make sure that no contamination can happen from the facility that can pass into our inputs. Ganun ang no. Malinis mo na ang ating kapaligiran so that pagdating ng raw materials natin, process flow, of course, as part of the input, ingredients, packaging. That is where we can effectively plan, having a HACCP plan, in order to address all the hazards na dala nitong mga inputs natin, such that hazards managed products as inputs, hazards managed facility, it will lead to a hazard-free product or safe product. And you will also, again, i-reiterate ulit natin when we talk about hazards, these are the hazards that have impact on food safety. So when we talk about PRPs, it can be GMP, which is about environmental and operational condition. And if you are in the different chains, a food chain, this can become GMP, sa animal feed, this can become GVP, good veterinary practices, and then for food service, we can call it good hygiene practices. Pero pag titingnan natin ang general term nito sa Codex 2020, it's called GHP, no? Good hygienic practices. It's all about the prerequisite programs. Whether whichever part of the food chain we belong, no? May manufacturing tayo, meron tayo secondary, or we can be the primary manufacturer, we can be a supplier of an ingredient, supplier of packaging, and of course, yung feed that is used for poultry and meat products na input natin, kaya kasama sila sa cosmetics, because that is used for human there's it will touch on humans as well as pwede ring merong pumasok sa mouth, no? So talagang it all has something to do with consumer safety. So the PRPs, we develop the PRPs based on relevant food safety requirements. So and these food safety requirements may competent authorities na dyan, like our own FDA, for example. That's a competent authority, no? But when we talk about our FDA, whatever food safety requirements you see there in their documents, in the website, these are all referenced from the bigger one or for the more international guideline, which is Codex, no? Codex Alimentarius, no? And very, very important, no, that we see that this really is relevant to us. Industries adopt procedures specific to your own operation. So we have here companies with flour, with frozen products, fruits, no? May fruits sila. No, the fruits are actually processed, no? Kasi ito ay calamansi extract and but different uses, no? We also have frozen food like the siopaw. We have cosmetic products. By the way, yung cosmetics natin, anong klaseng cosmetics nga pala ito? Sino nga ba yung ating ano dito? May I ask you, ano nga ba yung klaseng cosmetics meron tayo? What is that company? Excel?
Hello, Miss
Is it?
Rose.
Yeah.
Yes
Oo,
po.
yeah. Ano ang cosmetics tayo meron?
Miss Rose, meron kami pong mga lotions, day creams,
Oo,
and
oo.
for babies also, we have shampoos.
May shampoo din, not just yung mga
Yes
skin,
po.
yung mga ano. So, baby shampoo, no?
Yes
Baby
po.
shampoo. Oh, I see. May for the
And
hair
mas
pa.
marami po kami ngayon is oral care, toothpaste.
Oh, that's why, ano, talagang very relevant sa atin itong, ano, itong HACCP. Pero as I remember, ano nga ba, Valerie, yung certifications nyo ngayon? I think you already have some. Mukhang meron naman kayo ng, ano, no? Ano yung certifications
Miss Rose,
natin?
meron po kaming LTO, GMP.
GMP HACCP, no?
Apo, meron din po
Yes.
kaming specific for the FDA, pero depende po sa kliyente kung magpapa-FDA approve po. Then may ISO 2001 po kami, ISO 22716, hard hygiene for ULP and
Hygiene yun.
HACCP. Apo.
Okay, no? So meron na kayo sa quality management and then you also added HACCP, no? So
Yes.
yeah. So makita natin ano na yung relevance of HACCP sa lahat ng may consumption ng humans. Thank you for that, Valerie, no? And then yung sa feed, malinaw, I think they were the same people who also joined us sa HACCP awareness. So for their, sabi nila ano, poultry, no? Poultry and also hogs, no? Animal feed for hogs din ba yun? Yung sa ano natin? Yung sa agri-essentials, I think, no? Ay, mali. Yung sa agri-essentials ba yun? Tolling out. Oh, sa Iloilo City, agri-essentials. May tolling services pa kayo. No? Yung sa agri-essentials?
Yes, ma'am.
May tolling services kayo, tapos may sarili kayong product. Tama ba? Ellen Grace?
For now po wala na po. More on tolling po kami.
For now, wala kayong tolling.
Wala kami own product po.
Walang own product. Okay. So, which means that the HACCP that you would like to explore is what? For what purpose? May specific na product as taller, ganun ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. I suppose, ang kukunin mong product, yung mas malimit mong gawin dyan, yung mas malimit ipatolo sa inyo.
Yes, ma'am, kasi yung partner namin ngayon is already ISO. So, dapat align sa mga system namin.
Oo. So, see, yun ang nangyari sa food chain, ano? So, Ellen Grace, you were, you decided that you had a need, no, to have this certification and food safety na HACCP-based. Kasi along the food chain, iyan ba yung forward client mo? Distributor or ano? Or the user? User na.
Yes, ma'am.
Yung user.
Commercial din.
Yeah, no? So that's why it is so relevant to understand HACCP and further be certified with it, no? So it will really adapt, no? You have to adapt based on your industry. And then what is important is both would address wholesomeness, meaning food safety, and suitability, meaning yung quality specifications ng products mo. That is what really a customer's expectation, ano? Okay. So, if we look at what is in the DOH, it's Asia Prime, nawawalan daw ng connection. Hope you can get back, ano, Christina, just do your best to to get back to the Zoom link, no? Okay. So prerequisite programs that we have here, no, sa atin locally is based on DOH Philippines, no? And that is BPAD AU 153. So if we look at it, it's the whole chain, no? Manufacture, packing, repacking, holding. Those are all part of having a GMP or PRP in place, no? So according to the DOH, to this Food Safety Act, food is considered safe if it will not cause harm to the consumer when it is prepared or eaten according to its intended use. So yung nasa yung nasa feed group, no, makikita nila meron pang part of the chain, no, before mapunta sa consumer yung residues ng kanilang feed or depende sa limits, no, kung yung feed na yan will still be in the livestock or poultry that's intended for human consumption. But the point is, whatever they do when it comes to the final user, the food has to be safe. In the same manner that when you talk about cosmetics, whatever you formulate that's intended for the use of the baby, for the use of adults as lotion, it should not cause harm on the skin of the consumer primarily. So it's still considered food, di ba? Pagdating sa mga lotion, food for the body naman yan. So yan ang interpretation natin that it's got to be safe, no? Then of course we understand pagdating sa food being part of the food chain, if you're a repacker, if you are a toller, if you're a manufacturer, primary manufacturer, then you still must have these requirements in place, and all of you would have, as you've reported, as you've shared, you have the license to operate and the relevant CPR, no? Okay. Now, if we go to the International Food Code, there's the Codex, no? Codex Alimentarius or Food Code. That is the reference of all food safety standards all over the world. And that's why when you look at the Codex website, you see there are a lot of standards, a lot of codes of practice, a lot of guidelines through the years, because the pandemic has not even stopped them from convening, from having all of these 188 countries to join them whenever they have their conferences, because that's where they update themselves. That's where there's an international discussion. It's a participatory discussion. And that is where we see updates on knowledge and technological research. There are a lot of changes through time already, especially when it comes to scientific knowledge and technological research. So from that list of standards in the Codex website, you would be able to see there that we already have this Codex HACCP 2020, edition 2020, and where previous editions were in 1997, but of course the very first one was in 1969. And in this new edition, relatively new edition of Codex HACCP 2020, HACCP is no longer annexed to the PRP kasi sa mga dati naka-annex pa yung Ngayon it has its own chapter, no? It's chapter 2. And in the 2022 version, there are tools that have been added. Kasi masasabi din ni Ma'am Lucy yan bukas, no, na kasi doon sa Codex HACCP 2020, hindi na mention ang decision tree. Sa ating mga nag-try na may mga HACCP plan na at saka meron na ring working on your HACCP. Kung i-research mo yung mga nakaraan natin na versions of HACCP, di ba naalala niyo meron talagang implementing a decision tree, no? So, since there was a lot of peer review that happened when the 2020 version came out, naglagay ngayon ng mga edited versions na nilagay sa 2022, may bumalik ng CCP decision tree, no? Merong mga tools na ipinakikita. So, alam niyo kapag nagkakaroon niya ng peer review, ng peer negotiation and all about food safety, malakihang malawak na kaalaman yan. Alam mo yun, yung mga ganun na mga experts are the ones who are sitting there on behalf of the individual industries all over the world. Kaya if you are planning not to have the HACCP certification for your establishment, and not, of course, hindi na included yung mga may HACCP na and HACCP certified and for renewal. Ang magiging default actually talaga is Codex HACCP. Sometimes our client would tell us, get a food safety certification. So that's why meron dito tayong FSSC 22,000. But if there is no required or no dictated or recommended standard that your client would tell you has to be food safety certified, actually the default is really HACCP 2020 or Codex HACCP pala, no, the current version. So ngayon 2022 na, 2023 na tayo, and then 2022 may notes, no, may notes na idinagdag na for Codex HACCP. So that is now what you have to, that's your assignment. Kasi if you sign up for HACCP certification, yung isa sa inyo dito may SGSO audit, but hindi pa ma-clarify if it's pre-assessment or audit at saka kung ano standard, no? But take note of this, no? If you even yung mga HACCP renewal, you have to clarify with your certifying body if anong edition ang gagamitin. I-include na ba yung notes ng 2022? Kasi since 2021, yung Codex HACCP 2020 became the version or the reference for certification. Meron ng 2022 na merong mga additional notes. So you'd better clarify with your appointed certifying body kung anong version of Codex HACCP, if you are going to go for HACCP certification, you will be audited against. No? Maganda na malinaw na meron kayong meeting of the minds because it is important that you understand each other before any audit starts. No? So looking at our PRPs, it must be well specified. So that now says, clearly tells us industry, no? Industry focus. No? It must be documented or written, and whatever you've written must be fully operational, meaning you can carry that out kahit yung sa rank and file mo, naintindihan kung ano yung dinocument mo na instructions para yung at the highest goal of the organization is you're going to be able to promote food safety, no? So it's got to be fully operational and it is verified, meaning kahit weekly ako mag-check, every month ako mag-check, makikita ko in place, no? Yung documentation is there, it is being operationalized, and I can see as I observe or as I look at the documents or as I talk to the people that they understand the task that they're doing, especially the prerequisite programs, no? So, iyan yung importance nun. So, what you see is, it's like saying na when it is not written, then it did not happen. Ito talaga yun, no? Okay. So, tututin natin yung relationship of all these standards. For PRPs natin from FDA, no, we add on kung ano yung mga clauses that are in Codex 2020 International. But when we look at the sections, lahat ng sections ng 2020 International are actually present dito sa ating AO153. It's just that for each section, there are some items that Codex 2020 will give emphasis on. Yan ang titingnan natin. So that when we proceed to having our plan for Codex HACCP being done, covered na natin both, no? Especially the one in Codex 2020 International. So it's like this, no? You see in AO153, the one on the right. So the sections are there are 13 sections, no? What you see on the left are the headings for Codex. So this is about 2, 4, 7. It used to be 11 headings. But if you review any of each, no, and let's say you are into Codex renewal or updating yourselves, and then or certification, you also review what is in Codex 2020, no? Andun ka na kasi sa point na find out what else are the details in in each section in the codex headings that must be given emphasis in addition to how it was presented dito sa ating sariling AO153, okay? So they have equivalence. So let us now go to the PRPs, no, based on Codex 2020, no? So it stems actually from the different changes that's happening around the world, no? And the first is, of course, food security. Ang kaibahan naman po, ang food security sa pagkaintindi natin, di ba, is to make food available to all. Yung may pagkain ng lahat ng tao, no? Iba siya sa sinasabi nating food safety. Now, these are one and no, they are partners, because if your desire is to provide food for everyone or all in this world, no, then we should make sure that that consumer is protected. There won't be any incidences of illnesses, foodborne illnesses, because of the food consumed, because of the lotion used, because of the feed, no, that was used for livestock and hogs, no, hindi pwedeng pork and poultry. So food security is tied up with food safety. All the more na pag gusto mong dumami yung makakain ng pagkain natin at dumami ang makinabang sa ginagawa nating pagkain, the way we implement food safety is as comprehensive, no? And that is the only way para ma-promote ang food trade at consumer protection. And in fact, pag ang economy when an economy is sabihin nating disabled because of foodborne illnesses, which means that ang dami nagkakasakit because of food that has been eaten, nakaka-debilitate din ang economy yun, especially from the personal level. Ikaw na nagkasakit, no? How it will impact on the family, and also talagang tied in itong food security sa food safety. So according to Codex, no, HACCP 2020, the document now that was revised was for the principles and guidance on GHP application to be more understood. I think dito sa version na to, nagkaroon ng conscious way to present the importance of good hygienic practices based on the industries where you are at now. Ganun ang niya, no? Probably it stemmed also from the practices in the past wherein pare-pareho tayo ng GMP, no? Total pare-pareho naman tayo ng nasa food, pare-pareho naman. It could have stemmed from there that led to lapses in PRPs that eventually became food safety concerns. So that's why dito sa bagong version, you are really being tasked to identify your industry, then saka mo implement yung GHP mo. And then from there, you are being guided on how to apply the HACCP principles. And this is also where we see that yung ladderized approach is still that one. You still have to do it in terms of relationship between GHP and HACCP. And then from there, yung pagiging output natin, it's really sector and product specific code of practice, no, for you to have a good foundation when you develop your HACCP system, no. So kung titingnan natin yung document, no, which is the 2020, you can see there the first parts, and then finally, nagkaroon ng sariling chapter ang HACCP. Chapter 1, of course, is the good hygienic practices, GHP, and then chapter 2 is the HACCP. And for this morning, our discussion is about chapter 1, no? So what happened in the prerequisite program? So first is about the food safety culture. It's about, kung makikita mo, ang dynamics is more on the people. And then there were new and revised definitions. There was the enhanced training requirement, enhanced good hygiene system requirement, enhanced good hygiene practice. So training ng tao muna. You know what? Ang training in the last codex version was way down there, I think, in the section 9. Kasi nung time na 11 na yun, tinaas ang training, no? The consciousness, no? That we have to have the competent people in place. Because you will implement the hygiene system, which you will now put into practice, kaya enhanced pareho. And then this is a new one, allergen awareness or management and controls. No? There is also a new requirement for product traceability. In fact, there is maalala natin, merong isang ISO, Standard on Product Traceability here. There is also a new guidance on product traceability. And then the enhanced consumer education requirements. So ito lang yung mga changes that we have that is covered by the prerequisite program. And then the next, the HACCP principles, there were also changes in that aspect that will be discussed with you by Ma'am Lucci. So if we look at the that PRP side, no, ng document, what's new? So itong lahat ng in red or colored version based on how you see it in your own that laptop or desktop. The title has changed, no? It has become good hygiene practices and the hazard analysis and critical controls point system, no? Ito na yung title. And then this is a new one, management commitment to food safety. So for those who have the FSSC and then ISO, we are familiar with management commitment section, di ba? Talagang when we begin with our documentation, kailangan mauna yung management commitment clause, no, or statement that will say that management will fully back up our food safety management system. This is followed by chapter 1, of course, my definitions, and then chapter 1, good hygiene practices. Again, this is new, section 1, introduction and control of food hazard. Dati, nandito siya sa chapter 2 o yung annex kasi sa HACCP. This is just making us realize that whether we talk about the inputs or the facility, there are hazards. So we are now acknowledging na ang ating facility, ang ating food contact, non-food contact, everything that's in the facility, they do carry hazards, including us, including personnel. And then there's section 2, primary production. This is relevant only for those who do like minimal processing post-harvest. Ang sa atin, mag-uumpisa tayo kung manufacturer, halos manufacturer naman lahat, we'll begin with section 3, establishment, design of facilities and equipment. Then followed by Section 4, training. As I said, it has been elevated, na-promote siya, no? And this is actually added, inad ito, training and competencies. And then for Section 5, we have establishment, the maintenance, cleaning and disinfection, and pest control. This has not changed, kaya hindi siya highlight. Followed by personal hygiene, and then control of operations, wherein there are some statements that were updated or revised, especially in 7.2, wherein it said here that while we are thinking of prerequisite programs as we implement Section 7, kasi nandun naman talaga sa PRP, there could be aspects in your good hygienic practices that may need more stringent control measures like CCPs. So merong aakyat sa CCPs. Ang example niya dito is the time and temperature control, or the other one is specific process step. So this is now opening our eyes to the possibility that when we implement the PRPs and we take a look at those process-related activities that we have to prepare for, what we have to prepare our facilities for example, kailangan yung ating retort na merong HGIT or temperature gauge must be calibrated, di ba? So para bago gamitin, we know that it can deliver the task of producing a adequate process, no? Or in a specific process step, if we have if we are able to establish that there are physical hazards that we really have to manage, then the metal detection could become a process, and we have to prepare our metal detector for that in order to ensure that as we carry out yung process flow natin, metal detection can be effectively implemented, no? Yun ang ano nun, no? Wala pa dito yung mga pumapasok, pero piniprepare natin yung lahat ng aspects in our facility na pag in-apply yung process flow or process step sa kanya will lead to managing the control measure at most probably not just at a PRP level, but it can become a CCP. Okay, so I hope nakita ninyo yung difference na yan, especially when you look at your facility and check out equipment, check out ano ba mga controls that we do here, no? Even the weighing scales and all this, that can most likely graduate, no? As having as a control measure that must be stringently monitored, no? Okay. Next, dito rin sa 7, sa control of operations, there is now a separate or revised subsections to highlight physical contamination, chemical contamination, and allergen management. I'm not talking yet about those that nagaling sa inputs. Ano yung physical contamination na pwedeng nasa facility? Ano yung chemical contamination that most likely, ano yung chemicals that most likely can lead to contamination. At ano sa ating facility ang merong kailangan i-manage when it comes to food allergen. We are still talking about our facility, not yet the inputs. Okay? And then lastly, dito sa section 8, may revision din yan, updating yung ating lot identification na dagdagan ng and traceability. No? And then the last is of course transportation. So now, if you look at the definitions, there are new definitions on the acceptable level, no, allergen cross contact, and there's a competent authority, just to give you an example, no. So when we say acceptable level, no, wala yan nun wala yan nun kasi nakalagay lang nun is about hazard. But for acceptable level, what it means is a level of hazard in a food at or below which the food is considered to be safe according to its intended use. So, looking at this definition, the level of hazard, no, at or below, in which yung food or yung pagkain or yung skin lotion or yung feed, no, it will lead to a food that is considered safe for use or for consumption, kaya nakalagay, according to its intended use. So therefore, it makes sense then that whenever we have, courses like this, or even when we have our own in-house, whenever we think of developing the PRPs and HACCP, or having a HACCP plan, mag-iisip ka muna isang product talaga. Unless you are ready to do a multiple planning, multiple HACCP plan, depending on the product. Because what it says here is, when we talk about having a HACCP plan, we think of the product, especially its intended use. Kasi doon mo tinitingnan yung acceptability ng hazard na nakita mong potentially nandoon sa product mo. So that's why this is an important definition now. And this will impact actually both in our prerequisite program and in our HACCP plan. And there is also the allergen cross contact, no? Dati ang alam lang natin allergens, food allergen that can contaminate. But what do we mean by allergen cross contact? This one is unintentional. Unintentional, hindi na ma-incorporate ang isang allergenic food or ingredient into another food na hindi naman dapat nagkaroon ng ganong allergen. Okay? So, allergen cross contact. This is given emphasis sa atin kasi this is where we have to, shall we say, assess, evaluate our food facility. Ano ba yung mga potential na allergen cross-contact natin dito? Okay, so if I am preparing if I have a roasted nut as a product, so and my food allergen there is definitely the nut. It can be the tree nut, it can be peanuts. So magkaroon siya doon ng sabihin nating wheat flour or egg, no? May mga ganyan, ano? What could probably, and they are not even identified as being in a roasted peanut, no? So what happened? What happened there? No? It's unintentional kasi ang allergen cross contact is unintentional. Wag na nating iisipin yung mga other na intentional activities. Papasok kasi yun sa ibang standard eh. In fact, the FSSC 20,000 nandun yun. Pero hindi siya sa food safety. May iba pang ways or getting to know, training needed for us to say na pag ganito, can it make food unsafe? That's different pa, no? That's different, no? But pagdating sa standards, FSCC 20,000, for example, or the USFDA's food safety planning, galing sa HACCP din yan. FSCC has a HACCP in one of the clauses. Ganun din ang BRC, British Retail Consortium, there's a HACCP there inside. So this is just to give us the message na teka, iba pag HACCP, ha? Pagka may ibang HACCP kayo naisip, you do the analysis first kung siya ay may food safety relevant or not, no? So here we are just talking about unintentional, right? Then we talk about competent authority, the food business operator, even in our FTA, we are called food business operator. And then the good hygienic practices, it became new. Although nakikita ko siya before, no, sa iba na sa ibang mga versions. However, dito naging the definition has become fundamental measures and conditions applied, no, at any step within the food chain to provide safe and suitable foods, no? And then there's also the significant hazard. Itong encounter natin. This is also very important. Ang significant hazard actually mas may relevance na ito sa HACCP, no? Hindi na dito sa atin sa prerequisite program, of which of course Ma'am Lucy will be able to explain to you more. Okay. Then we have the prerequisite program. Modified and updated naman, validation. It became validation of control measures. Kasi we're using the term control measures both sa prerequisite at saka sa HACCP. Lahat na ginagawa natin to address, for example, contamination, of PRP tayo eh, is we call that control measure. And we also validate that. No? And there's the verification. Ang verification naman, ang konting updating lang nito, is instead of nakalagay yata sa dating version is application of methods. No? Dito dadagdagan eh, methods, procedures, tests, and other evaluations can be called verification. Okay? So there's also the word deviation, contaminant, contamination, and food hygiene system. So all of you can actually look this up, no? Dito sa ating document, main document, Codex Revised 2020. Okay. So ang sabi pa ng PRPs, no? Sa good hygienic practices, we do manage a lot of hazards because this can come from those that will deliver, for example, the items, so mga delivery people. So not just delivery, I'm sorry, no, ito pala external na yan. The workers, manufacturing and preparation. And this can also come from pagdating sa inputs from the raw material and ingredients. It can come from cleaning and maintenance. It can come from storage, from display, no? And from the water, of course, no? So we manage a lot of sources kasi pagdating sa facility, kung saan-saan na yan. But we make sure that the sources are accredited. And that is what GHP is all about, no? Ngayon, from this multitude of hazards, no? May lalabas na significant hazard dyan. No? Lalabas na significant hazard. And this means that hindi lang kayang i-control yan ng ating GHPs. But it will be necessary that they will be part of a HACCP system, no? So if we look now individually at the different sections, establishment, design, facilities, and equipment, this is just looking at what you have, no, in your own facilities, the location and the structure, no? Design, layout, and fittings must be hygienic and should conform to the type of operations that you have. So for your facilities, the drainage and waste, the cleaning, personal hygiene, temperature, air quality and ventilation, lighting and storage should all be designed and should be all operating to ensure that there won't be any contamination or situations that can probably lead to what? Harborage, unclean surfaces, improper hygiene, too humid, such that those that raw material storage for humid sensitive products get impacted. Ventilation does not allow proper allergen management. Lighting should make sure that it will lead to a work environment that will promote proper handling of food, no? And then of course your equipment must be equipped with all the necessary parts that are well maintained, that have a preventive maintenance and calibration as relevant, no? For training and competence, we have the different objectives such as awareness and responsibilities, training programs, instructions and supervisions, as well as refresher training. So, sasabihin natin, sana alam na naman natin to, kilala na naman natin, alam natin ang dapat natin gawin na training para sa mga tao. We know their responsibilities. However, no, ang sinasabi ng Codex HACCP ngayon is you develop a training program that will enhance the awareness of the specific persons involved, that will have specific tasks. Now, altogether, when they work as a team, would lead to a safe product. So, anong ibig sabihin naman nun? Parang it's too, we are, mukhang ang trainings naman natin, ganun din naman, meron naman tayong ganun trainings, no? Ang importante dito sa trainings na kailangan ng tao is, one, let me check, no? Okay, no? One, ito, appropriate action to take when food hygiene problems are observed. Do they know what their tasks mean? Ang contribution niya sa food safety? Do they know na kapag nagkaroon ng lapse, ano magiging impact nito sa food safety? So, it is about further giving them further trainings to know that mawala muna, no? Yung parang perception na, oh, I'm just cleaning this area. Wala naman titingin yan. O kaya, I can clean this like this, like that, no? For now, pwedeng hindi ko muna sundin, ganyan, no? Mawala yung ganong lack of realization na I cannot do less than the instructions given me to perform my task. Kasi may contribution ako sa food safety and suitability. So therefore, if we give them procedures, 7 steps, no, or 4 steps, no, they have to understand that they have to do it. That is, and they have to be trained on that. And of course, lagi naman nating sinasabi yan, sinasama, no, at the start of, let's say, before they are hired, or probably during refreshers, or maybe you have weekly meetings, monthly meetings, the importance of good personal hygiene, no? And sila kasi, ang mga tao natin, they should be made to understand that kung ano yung klase ng product na ginagawa natin, may kanya siya talagang food hygiene principles. If we are training them on GMP in-house, dumiretso ka sa application ng GMP sa product mo, sa practices mo. Alam naman natin kasi na ang mga trainings, marami dyan ay motherhood. No? Maraming motherhood statements yan. But if we want to cascade it effectively sa tao natin, and we do it by in-house, in-house or maybe in-house trainings or kayo mismo. No? May isa kasi in-house training, we get external speakers, right? Isa naman in-house training, we do it on our own. No? So, we have to cascade that message that with what we are doing, ito ang impact sa product. And with the task that we are having, ito ang personal hygiene that we have to follow. From uniform, from hand washing, to practices, no? Especially practices, no? Especially proper hand washing. Alam niyo, pinaka-ano dyan natin, when do you wash your hands? Sometimes, nakala natin, it's so easy to teach them. But, definitely, it's not like that at all. Bigyan mo yan napakaraming trabaho at pag sinabi mong mag-hand washing kapag ganito, sometimes nawawala na, flies out of the window. So what do we do with that? What kind of instruction do we have to do? Papasok sa kabila, supervision and instruction. What do we do as supervisors? Isusulat lang ba natin yan na ganito? Or do we go around and tell them na, oh, teka, sandali, that is, your hands are getting too sticky with what you're doing with a lot of, do hand washing. How do we do that? So again, ito yung pagiging focus on what they are doing. And when should appropriate hand washing be? Siyempre makikita natin sa rules, pag may nalaglag sa floor, kapag may nag-scratch ka, kapag marami yun eh, may makikita tayong general way. But take a look at your operation. When can we further do the appropriate hand washing? Kasi part talaga ng prerequisite program niya na hindi tayo pwede maging source ng contamination. This is what Codex is asking from us now. Go deeper, no? And then, again, babalikan ko, let's say nagkamali ka, ano ang appropriate action mo? Para yung hygienic problem ay that you observe. And then, dapat hindi na siya mangyayari, di ba? And then, measures relevant to the food that are used to prevent contaminants. So this again based on practice, based on preventive maintenance, based on the non-food contact surfaces maintenance, because they all can lead to having your product contaminated. No? Now, when it comes to instruction and supervision, this is very important, if not equally important. No? You will have a supervisor or as managers, you have to scrutinize well. Anong instruction ang effective para nga, bakit pa itong mga to hindi naintindihan ang tamang way to, I will go to hand washing again because I see it often in most of the audits I'm doing na talagang, it's a prerequisite pero talagang may mapapansin ako na lapses, no, in terms of hand washing. So when it's all in our being supervisors and managers that we will have to know. Of course, when we implement additional, sabi na ito pag ganito, kailangan na we have to make sure na nandiyan naman. I mean, is the faucet nearby o baka naman lalabas pa sila para mag-hand washing? Or do you have the proper soap and all yung supplies, no? Nandyan. And also, the effectiveness of the training, no, will really manifest na lang yan on how we fully implement our instructions, no? And then that is the importance of routine supervision and verification. The verification there will really help you arrive, no, at practices na makikita natin na it will not actually lead to, sabihin natin, significant contamination. Kasi may nangyayari talaga on a day-to-day basis. No? It really happens. So that's why training and competence talaga umakyat. No? At what I'm just talking about is training and competence for PRPs. Iniba nila yung training requirements for HACCP. So that's why it is something that must be, in our mind, no? Pag prerequisite, it's not something that we say na lesser na kapatid ng HACCP. It has to be carried out effectively as well, right? May question tayo? Okay. So the next section is about establishment maintenance, cleaning and disinfection, as well as pest control. So makikita natin dito, they are all together in one section for control of operations. But what is the one that's very significant here, no? In fact, if we look at cleaning and disinfection, we have our different protocols tayo. Okay. Can we call on, kasi ito magkakaiba kasi tayo ng product. That's why I'm interested to know, no? What is the sanitizer that you're using in cleaning and disinfection? Dito kay Frankfurt, Alisa, ang products mo ay si Frankfurt. Oh, as I noted, your products are frozen items ba ito lahat, Alisa? Banana leaves, saba, grated coconut. Are
Yes,
these
ma'am.
frozen or chilled? These are all frozen?
Frozen, ma'am.
All right. So what kind of sanitizer are you using for cleaning and disinfection? Sa ano muna? Sa facility muna?
Chlorinex po, ma'am.
Chlorinex. And
Yes,
then,
ma'am.
do you have the proper concentrations assigned?
Meron naman po.
Or strength, no? Okay. So, how do you do it? Is it a concentrate or is it granules that na dumadating sa inyo?
Liquid po siya, ma'am. Concentrated liquid po.
And then you do the dilution na lang,
Yes,
no?
ma'am.
How do you verify if the dilution is correct? What do you use?
Chlorine test strip, ma'am.
You have the test strips.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Elisa. O sige. How about, can we ask Andre of Asia Prime? Andre? I wonder, ano nga pala ang product ni Andre ulit? Andre, are you there? Andre? Asia Prime. Asia Prime, Andre, are you there? I think wala dito. Nawala si Asia Prime, ano? Beth? Okay, let's go to 6-in-1. Annalyn, you have dressed chicken. Annalyn, anong sanitizer ang ginagamit ninyo sa facility?
Chlorine po, ma'am.
Chlorine din. Ano, do you have the granules or the concentrate?
Granules po.
And
Pero
then how do you...
dinidilute po namin yun, ma'am.
Oo, no? Ano siya, no? It's like an accredited brand, ano? Yung
Yes.
ginagamit mo. Okay. So, Annalyn, paano nyo bini-verify kung tama yung na-prepare mo na ano? Na-prepare mo na sanitizer?
Yung chlorine test strip po namin, ma'am.
Chlorine test strip pa rin. Okay, thank you, Annalyn. How
Okay, ma'am.
about the one from the Batangas egg producers, Jerlyn? Maganda yung product nyo, no? I think, you're supplying most of food service nito? Pasteurized egg yolk? Jerlyn?
Yes po.
Trisha, ikaw ba yan? Okay. Trisha, food service ang sinuplayan nyo nito, no? Pasteurized egg yolk. Tsaka may egg powder ka din eh, no?
Yes po.
So talagang food service ang ano nito.
Apo, more on industrial food manufacturing din po.
Sa food manufacturing din. Okay. So anong sanitizer ang ginagamit nyo sa planta nyo?
Chlorine, ma'am.
Chlorine pa din. Oh. Is it the granules or yung concentrate na?
Concentrate, ma'am.
Concentrate. So dilution ang ginagawa nyo.
Yes, ma'am.
And then how do you verify kung tama ang strength?
We have chlorine meter, ma'am.
Chlorimeter. Ano to, yung may colorimeter or ano?
May agent po siyang powder to verify the ppm.
Okay. Total dissolved solids ang inano nyo. TDS, tama ba? Ang dinidetermine nyo?
ppm. Parts per million po.
Oo, ppm nga. Okay. O sige, thank you, Tricia. How about Agri-Essential? Any sanitizer that you're using in the facility? Ellen Grace?
Potential, our partner has a recommendation on what like disinfectant we're going to use. We have Vercon S, Verde, and I forgot for the sanitizer.
Ano ulit? Parang hindi ko masyadong nakuha yun. Sorry ah.
We have specific disinfectant like Vercon S, Verde.
Oh, those are brands. Those are brands. Pakikuha ko yung ano yung pinaka-active active agent mo.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to check.
Brands yun eh. Brands yun lahat eh.
Yes. Ma'am,
So,
later I'll put in the chat box. I forgot. I have to check.
sige. Thank you. So, si Asia Prime, sumagot na ang sanitizer niya is Chlorinex and Linol. O nga, capsules nga pala. O, naalala ko na, no? So, capsuling. Anong food and beverage ang ginagawa ninyo, Christina? Kasi capsule ang narinig ko kanina eh. Okay. And then while waiting for them, let's check out Good Sense, si Rayson. Your product is calamansi, Rayson? So, ano
Yes, ma'am.
sanitizer ninyo sa planta?
Sanicot.
What's that?
Hello?
Yes, Rayson. Can you say that again?
Sanicot po. Sanicot. Hello?
Sanicorp. So,
Sanicorp.
ano yung active? Oh, kasi brand pa rin yun. Anong active ingredient niya?
I-check ko lang ma'am yung active ingredients. Pero siya ang tawag dito. From
Chlorine-based
Pwede ko
ba
ba sabihin
yan?
yung kan?
Oh, okay lang yun kasi talaga namang kasama
From
yung
Kalinisan. From Kalinisan. So
So
i-check lang. Yes.
baka chlorine-based din yan.
Actually,
Chlorine-based
gumagamit
yan,
din po kami ng chlorine for yung pellet type. Dinidilyo din namin. So,
so iba pa yung sa kalinisan.
Yes po. Yung Sanicot po, meron silang test strip na meron din kami ginagamit na test strip for testing yon saka pH. Kinukuha namin yung pH. For chlorine naman, chlorine test strip.
Okay,
Yes,
kasi sa industry, we're using some acceptable sanitizers. So for example, syempre, sabi niyo lahat chlorine. What is
Yes.
also an acceptable sanitizer, iodine. So when we talk about active ingredient, we have to identify kung alin doon.
Yes.
Yes. So kaya yung isa mo, nagaling
Yung isa po
kalinisan.
yata is base Hindi ko lang sure kung kasi we are using for machine and equipment yung yung mga food facilities, yung
Food
Sanicot.
contact pa rin kasi yun, Kaya
Yes,
kailangan alam natin kung ano yung sanitizer ang ginagamit,
Yes,
na intended for food use, Importante yun. So, baka lang wala pa yung papel mo ng kalinisan para ma-identify yung active ingredient dun sa isa, Okay.
Yeah, actually,
Thank
hinahanap
you,
ko nga po.
Rayson. Hanapin mo.
Okay, sige, thank you.
Thank you, Rayson.
Okay.
Okay, And then, alright, ito kay Valerie kasi cosmetics eh. Valerie, kamusta? Anong natin? Christina, powder
Miss
juice
Rose,
pala
meron
yun.
po kaming chlorinated.
Oo, okay. And then,
Yes po.
bakit may
So,
iba pa? Aside
tinetest
from
po siya sa
chlorine-based?
chlorine. Meron po kaming hot water, ma'am.
Okay, good. Tapos
Yes
chlorine.
po.
So how do you verify if the chlorine level is the correct one?
Ma'am, tinetest
Preparation?
po siya after po siyang solution for 300 ppm. Kailangan po
Okay.
siyang i-test sa laboratory before siya gamitin.
So you're doing like titration sa laboratory?
Yes, ma'am. Meron po kaming titration.
Para talaga mas accurate yung lalabas na
Yes
Okay, that's nice. How about you in Top Chefs, Mary Grace? Thank you, Valerie. Okay, Top Chefs, Mary Grace?
Actually, we are supplied by NCH Philippines po. So we use Everbright Plus po na sanitizer. So the main component po is more on the alcohols and ammonium chloride po.
What's the active ingredient?
Alcohol and ammonium chloride po. So they have this machine po na for dadaan po doon, it will pass through doon sa machine. So about 200 parts per million po 'yun. So then
Okay,
meron din po silang test strip. Then we also monitor the pH.
Okay, since you mentioned 2 chemical ingredients, the test strip will test for what?
The chlorine content po. Yung mismong ano. Yung,
I thought
yes, then
alcohol ang sinabi mo.
alcohol and ammonium chloride po.
For the chlorine content
Apa.
also.
Yes po.
Okay, and that is the one also used for food contact surfaces?
Yes po, ma'am. Yes po.
No, at saka equipment, no?
They also have naman po na the certification po. They halal certification po. Meron po sila.
The supplier of
Yes
the
po.
chemical?
Apa. Yes po.
Yun naman ang importante that we will know na may documented yung ating suppliers. Okay, thank you,
Apo.
Mary Grace.
Okay po.
Okay, going now to Wellington, Saplar. Anong sanitizer natin?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, bali Chlorinex lang din po yung ginagamit namin
Chlorinex din.
for disinfectant.
And then ang verification natin, Derek, kung tama yung strength. What do we use? What do we use?
Verification, ma'am.
Para tama na yun ang yun ang strength na piniprepare natin.
Actually, ano po, ma'am, mayroon kaming sinasagawang mga swabbing activities through QA department natin.
What I'm looking at is yung ma-verify natin kung ang ginawa mong sanitizer is 300 ppm, talaga bang 300 ppm yun? Yun ang hinahanap natin ngayon. No? Kasi yung swabbing is a kind of verification to know whether effective yung yung cleaning and disinfection. But just for the sanitizer alone muna, bago natin gamitin. Sigurado ba tayo na yun ang as prepared na 300 ppm? Yun ang sinasabi nating verification, no? To make sure that it is the right concentration. Yan ang inaalam natin dito. No, Derek. Sige, mamaya sabihin mo na lang. Thank you. Let's go now to Christine. Pilchi May. Naku, frozen din ito. Kamusta ang ating sa facility? Ano ang ating sanitizer? Christine.
Hello po. Good morning. Ayan. So, ma'am, we're using chlorine din po, chlorine-based din po.
Is it the granules or the concentrate?
Concentrated din po.
Concentrate. So, you do
Yes po.
dilution. Okay.
Yes,
So, how
ma'am.
do you verify ngayon kung tama ang ating strength?
Actually, ma'am, meron kaming chart for example, kung ilang liters or ang gagamitin per 1 liter of water. Then we have a strip din po to verify po kung ilang ppm yung
Tama,
content
no?
ng na.
So, bali yung ating supplier ng concentrate has the dilution table, binibigay na
Yes,
sa
ma'am.
atin.
Yes,
Para
ma'am.
alam natin kung paano magtimpla nun.
Then
Okay,
test
thank
strip
you.
to verify po.
With test strip. Thank you,
Yes, ma'am.
Christine. Okay,
Thank you
let's go
po.
to Pilmico. May Pilmico. Do we have Pilmico here? Pilmico. Parang hindi ko makita. Okay, let's go to Martin. As far as you can see, Martin, sa company that you're helping, what kind of sanitizer are they using, Martin? Okay. Oo. Air dry siya. Sige. Okay, thank you. Okay, ano pa? tama yun, mali yun, bawal na, no? Bawal na ang test strip. Alam nyo, depende sa standard ha, pwedeng maging major yan, hindi lang siya minor. Kasi pag hindi mo siya na-verify ng tama because you have an expired test strip, that could already compromise your cleaning and disinfection program. Kaya talaga depende talaga yan. Oo, okay. Oh, that's a requirement. Preparedness, emergency preparedness. Oo. Okay, okay. O sige, thank you for sharing that, Martin. Okay? So, ito nga, as Ellen has shared, no? Yung kanilang sanitizer is actually a mix, potassium peroxymonosulfate and sodium chloride using concentrated formula, no? For tire, for foot bath, vehicle. For vehicle na ito, Ellen. Oo. Na ano ibig mo sabihin, Ellen? Ito yung pang where you load your products o yung dumadating na raw material?
Incoming po. Incoming vehicles.
Incoming. Talagang matindi yung ano mo disinfection mo. Kailangan talaga. Pero how do you verify ito? Yung strength or talagang ito ba prepared na pero bine-verify pa rin kasi dapat natin yung especially may mukhang chloride din mukhang chlorine din.
Po.
Oo, alam mo naman ang chlorine it dissipates, di ba? So kaya kailangan i-verify natin kung tama ang concentration. How do you do that, Ellen, sa inyong planta?
May follow the procedures po. Na-recommended by the supplier.
Oh, and probably sana kung may test strip kayo kasi others would do it via titration, So yun, no. So the reason why I really had to begin with that is because kung titingnan ninyo sa control of operations, talagang paano ka makakapag-maintain, no? Kung ang cleaning and disinfection hindi maayos. Paano tayo makakaroon na effective na pest management and waste management if cleaning and disinfection is carried out well? Talagang laki ng impact ng cleaning and disinfection. Kaya even yung sa PRPs, pag sinabing GMP implementation plan, talagang totally, pag makikita mo, it's sanitation. It's all about sanitation. So that's why we have to begin with a properly implemented cleaning and sanitation program. Sa term ng ginawa niya yung disinfection, according to definition kasi disinfection is really the higher level. Kasi yung ginagamit sa food is cleaning and sanitation. Cleaning and sanitizing. Probably kasama na rin to sa mga nangyari na pagbating kasi disinfection, parang totally you are freeing or freeing the facility from any infectious microorganism and all. Diretso yan from parasites to viruses to yeast and mold to bacteria. Sa atin naman, sanitizing, cleaning and sanitizing, it cleans up the facility to that level, no, that will make food safe. May ganun siyang a little difference, pero they are both in the food industry tayo, it's cleaning and sanitizing that we've been using for so long, no? Now, maintenance this is again, dalawa yan, cleaning and inspection program. You have to list down everything para wala tayong nami-miss out, no? Especially PRPs tayo list down equipment and non-food contact services, no? And then the premises. For maintenance, it also goes to the same thing. Kaya if you have a list of those items under the C&S or C&D program, it should also be the same list that you have under the maintenance program. Tapos, don't forget the cleaning of cleaning materials, of course, no? And then in your pest management, it has to begin with the assessment of licensed pest controller. Ano ba ang issues sa facility nito? Remember, we have different products. We have different rooms, conditions sa bawat room. We have different equipment. We may have an equipment that is, sabihin natin, CIP, continuous, no? But we also have batch-wise, no? Batch type equipment. So definitely the cleaning and disinfection program there will be different from each other. Same with maintenance at lalo na yung pest harborage, no? And when we talk about waste management, of course, we know about the separation and all, but we have to make sure that waste management or waste disposal is carried out to ensure that we are not contributing any more contamination because of waste that has been there that has not been collected according to schedule. No? Sa atin, in our facilities, we normally have, diba, meron tayong mga waste collection unless we bring it to a specific place for waste to be collected by service providers or waste is being picked up on a regular basis. Diyan rin kayo mag-make ng decision because it depends on the type of waste. If it's really organic waste, that at the moment na ilagay mo sa dumping area mo, ayan na agad ang mga flies, ayan na lahat, then it makes sense for you to have a waste management program na merong collection maybe twice a day, once a day, but not on a weekly basis. Right? It depends on the type of waste that we have. So that's why we also have to define paano ang waste management program natin. No? Then, okay, no? Followed by personal hygiene. No? So personal hygiene, this is has to be specific to each organization. But of course, we know generally, pagdating sa disease control, pare-pareho tayo niyan. No? When it comes to disease control, we are looking at those diseases that are communicable. And nadagdag pa nga dyan yung COVID para sa ating for our day-to-day monitoring. No? And in fact, if you look at the general symptoms, at the general reported symptoms na kailangan mong i-exclude na on a day-to-day basis ang mga tao, ang magkakasama dyan is vomiting, diarrhea, sore throat with fever because of the COVID, and there's the lesions or yung mga wound, no? Jaundice, yung yellowing, no? The eyes and the skin. 5 lang yon, but you can add as how you observe it in your facility like sore eyes, no? Sore eyes is talagang, ang ano kasi normally, pwede kasi si sore eyes ma-develop bago pumasok, mga ganyan. Ito kasi iniisip natin yung mga day-to-day symptoms that can happen at the facility, yung mga health disorder. There are also requirements kasi itong mentioned na mga symptoms, they are caused by disease-causing microorganisms. So they are also considered as pathogen, no? Kaya yan ang unang-unang i-isolate, i-exclude natin from the workplace. And of course, the personal cleanliness for uniforms. If you're using gloves, what is your procedure in the use of gloves, especially if these are disposable? You must put a procedure to that. If you have, of course, we have a loose item policy here. Hindi lang naman yung galing sa tao, pero if our supervisors are allowed to bring cell phones, pens, no? Loose item na agad yan. But that must be in the in our procedure. That must be in our document, okay? And then personal behavior as well as guidelines for visitors, guidelines for drivers, guidelines for all that will have access to the facility. Dapat pare-pareho tayo sa guidelines in that aspect, no? To make sure that we do not promote cross-contamination, no? That it will not lead to cross-contamination. Now, for the control of operations, this is the next section is very clear na dito, no? Because of the fact na ang responsibility sa control of operation will already lead to a possibility na may aakyat to CCP. It is being made makulit, no? Stated here again that there has to be an appropriate hygiene system in place, no? So, kanina when we said that there are new clauses are added to the prerequisite programs, if you remember, no, meron dapat enhanced training followed by having an enhanced hygienic system in place. So when we talk about the hygienic system in place, this includes behaviors, presence of all the supplies, the practices, the procedures and work instructions to ensure that hygienic system in the facility is sustained, no? Is maintained. So iba pa yon sa hygienic practices, no? So if we look at the 7.1.3, consideration of effectiveness of all GHPs, mentioned ulit dyan ang hygienic system and hygienic practices. But if we look further at this one, 7.1, description of products and process, this already triggers us, no, into, habang wala pa yung mga inputs natin, ano ba ang product that we're doing? What are the process flows involved? What are the, how do we describe our product? In fact, dun sa ating preliminary step, may product description naman din talaga dun eh. And that is where we also emphasize on the intended use, the product description. Dito pa lang, we have that conscious effort, no? When we talk about control of operations, we now look at what are the inputs, what's coming in, what is coming out, what is going out, what are the different steps, specific steps that will happen in that facility that I prepared for hygiene. What am I going to do? And when we look at each step, we evaluate, may hygiene practice na ba ako na ituro dito? For example, kahit sa receiving pa lang, sa receiving area, ano yung hygienic practices that we have prepared for here? Cleanliness of the receiving area, proper barrier, proper lighting, training of people who will receive my inputs, especially if my inputs are temperature controlled. If I have inputs that are in bulk, if I have inputs that need to be ripened or that need to be forwarded straight to production, how trained are my people in this aspect? What if there are multiple arrivals? Magkakaibang ingredients, may packaging pa. How do we train our people in that aspect? Anong hygienic practices dyan? Pwede bang yung tao ko sa packaging dumiretso para i-receive yung chicken? Pwede bang yung tao ko sa chicken, papuntahin ko sa pag-receive ng other ingredients ko like vegetables? What is the hygienic practice there? That is anticipation of what's gonna happen in the process. Doon pa lang tayo sa hygienic practice. So that's why dinidescribe ang product, dinidescribe ang process steps. We have to take note of each step now. Dati kanina pinag-usapan natin buong facility, cleaning and all contacts. Now we are looking at the process step. Tama ba yung GHP sa type implemented? So that when I carry out process steps, it will lead to a product that is safe and suitable for human consumption. Now, if at all I see that these are the steps that I need to watch out for, yan ang iisipin natin ngayon. Meron na bang aakyat sa HACCP nito? Ihahanda mo na ngayon yan. Una, ihanda mo sarili mo. No? Kasi pagdating dyan, talagang it needs a lot of time, no, and evaluation to determine hazard ba talaga itong significant. Kaya naalala nyo kanina yung food safety culture, kasama yun dun eh. To be able to grasp these things and accept. Ang mahirap nito, pag hindi mo tinatanggap na hindi hazard yan. Now, that is really dangerous. That is really dangerous. Kaya nga tinuturo sa atin stepwise eh. Kunin muna natin, address muna natin yung hazard sa facility. Dito muna sa ating mga equipment. Yung tao, turuan natin paano hindi sila maging contaminated. So doon, no, parang magagawa natin yan. Dadating na ngayon ang input. Teka, ano bang process flow natin? O ano nangyayari dito? Ano bang nakikita natin dito? Anong kailangan niya sa bawat step? O yung kettle, dapat pala na-preheat ko. Kung may boiler ako, then the boiler should be operated 2 hours before. Meron nagpa-fire up niya. So kasama yun sa magiging practices. The boiler has to be well maintained. Na-test ko na siya. So yan ang hinahanda natin in order for us to go to that identifying. May significant hazard pa bang lalabas? Pag may significant hazard pa lalabas, naku, mapupunta na ako sa HACCP niyan. Okay? So that is the play up of this, no? Effectiveness of GHPs, and then how do I monitor? At pagdating sa corrective action, hindi yan yung corrective action na teka, uy, nag-overfill na tayo ng kettle natin. Baka yung temperature yung ating time for preparing at mag-compromise yung product natin. Hindi yan ibig sabihin o anong gagawin? Tatawagin pang supervisor kung tama ba na i-release mo o hindi, no? When you talk about corrective action, it has to be written already. See, another thinking process. To, habang tinitingnan mo yung nangyayari sa hygienic facility mo, you have to think of paano pag hindi ito nalinis ng maayos, anong gagawin? Paano pag yung equipment na to ang nag-break ang thermometer, what should I do? Paano kung ang aking sanitizer ay lumabas na hindi para sa tamang concentration? What should I do? I'm talking of the SSOPs already. No? Yan yung sa GMP implementation. Okay? And then, verification, as we said, sabi nga na definition of verification is looking at the method, looking at the procedure, looking at the records, looking at how it's being done. That's all part of verification. Okay? So that's why as you evaluate the product description, ano yung process flow niya, anong inputs niya, gano'n process flow. Dito mo ngayon, hindi pa dumadating ang produkto, ang raw material, no? O ina-assess mo pa lang, i-evaluate mo pa lang yung process mo. May mapapansin ka na, may malalaman ka na ito pala, papasok pala. Even until now, you know, no? Alam niyo naman kung ano yung mga CCPs na yan. Pero it's different when you document it. No? When you say that, because when you document a CCP, you really have to make sure that all things considered are in place. May science-based reference ka na you have a validation, malaki ang validation na meaning, na ibig sabihin ang CCP kailangan you run it to make sure it's effective before you implement it, no? Nira-run yan pagdating sa mga, and CCP of course means a step. Kaya sabi ko, when you run it, you perform that step, no? At kung ano yung mga dapat na activities to do. For example, if the step requires taking the temperature because it's a pasteurizing step, okay? Or maybe taking the volume or the batch volume kung hindi siya continuous. Pag continuous, there are a lot of controls na kailangan. May pressure, may come-up time, no? May temperature at different times na kailangan, no? Na kailangan siyang gawin. So, it all depends on the step that you are going to implement. At makikita mo, CCP, mukhang CCP. Okay? So that's why when we talk about this part, it's really looking at each step. Kaya, may mga nakikita kasi kaming documents in the past na, pero ngayon at least na kailangan, nakalagay lang food preparation. Ay, hindi mo talaga ma-identify dun kung anong problema unless you put it, no, you go through it on a stepwise basis. Stepwise talaga yan. Para sa hygienic, sa GHP mo, sa PRP mo, makikita mo kung ano yung what you have to watch out for. And that you have the proper instrumentation for that. You have the proper personnel being trained for that step. No? You know, keeping yourself covered in that aspect. So, ang PRPs natin, next, after that, would be about these different types of contamination, microbiological, physical, and chemical. So, if we look at these items, yung allergen management, it begins with the prerequisite program. Ina-identify mo what could these incoming materials bring. So, that's why we have to implement the supplier approval or supplier accreditation. Remember, even if you're getting the same product, remember that even if there's a single product and you're getting it from 2 to 3 suppliers, all suppliers must be accredited. And you have to make sure, no, na meron mga documents yan. Kasama naman talaga yan na each supplier would have their own documentation on the items delivered to you. And from those documents, you have to evaluate, would these documents or certificate of analysis, shall we say specification, show me that food safety related parameters are addressed? We cannot just accept delivery receipts na nakalagay ay timbang lang or nakalagay accepted in good condition. Paso na yung mga ganong mga documents, because each document as received for a product or for a raw material or packaging or ingredient must include that information that is important in our carrying out a documented and implementable food safety management system. And that is the primary document that we also check for any allergens that your inputs may contain or may have. Okay? Kaya ito sa prerequisite program pa lang, ini-evaluate na natin yan. We manage allergens. Actually, allergens are really managed through the prerequisite program. Unless may magpo-fall dyan doon sa 7.2.1, no? Na pwedeng may akyat as HACCP. Such as the labeling na, no? Sa finished product. Okay. So what else have to in the control of operations are included? Water, your documentation and records, and then product record. So for water, the potability is there. Maganda nga yan. Ang ganda din ng ating local na PRPs, no? Yung domestic, kasi there is much emphasis, no? Given on how safe water should be. And then documentation and records, it has to be a discipline to us. Whatever we do, we have to write, or whatever we write, we have to do it, no? And then product record is important because this will also protect us in the event na wag naman sana, no, na magkaroon ng product recall. Actually, ang product recall is nakalabas na yung product, di ba? As we understand it, nasa market na. So how do we carry out the recall? And then there is another section on product information and awareness. As I said, nadagdag dito yung traceability, no? This is all about proper labeling, properly informing our customers, our consumers on the identity of our product. So hindi naman declaring all the ingredients is a must. Following the labeling regulations of the Philippines is a must, especially if we have retail products. And then if we are exporting our product, making sure that we are following the labeling and food safety regulations of the exporting country. So for the traceability, the tool, no, there is a tool already present. Matagal na ito with Codex, no? It can help us enable the recall of the products when necessary. Yung maganda sa product traceability, it can really save us a lot of resources in this aspect because we know that we are doing our proper lot information and awareness for our products. Then there is the consumer education. This is important because dito lumabas yung yung statement na consumers should know the importance of time and temperature sa mga frozen, sa mga chilled products. Sometimes talaga nakikita natin na ito root, pwedeng root siya ng foodborne illnesses, no? Especially when the preparation of the food happens at home. When they buy it na frozen, chilled, tapos magkaka-temperature abuse with maybe they know, no? It's just that kailangan we be vigilant there. Tayo ang mag-uumpisa ng information dissemination. Kaya from FAO alone, they made use of TikTok. They made use of FB. And they made use of a lot of images para maging madali sa pag-intindi ng tao ang importance ng keeping food safe, no? So for the last section, ito yung sa transportation, wherein we just have to make sure that the transportation is indeed for food use. And then the vehicles have been inspected and maintained well, no? Diba ito yung sinasabi natin dapat kung ginamit sa pagkain. Let's say you are there's a service provider ng ating, if not our own. We make sure that food use ginamit, no? And this means that they should be adequately ready because we have to protect our food definitely during transit until makarating sa customer, no? So when there's temperature needed, we have to do it, no, in the cleaning and disinfection. And for the Codex guidelines, the labeling is there for long, together with traceability. The food allergen has been updated 2022, Code of Food Practice. And then hygienic practices for transport of food, it has been there for long. They have those references. So we discussed the international. And then we just need to show you, no, na the equivalence with our own program, no, which are the 13, no, headings when it comes to the A153. So we discussed the 9 headings in Codex 2020, and then these are the 13 sections, no, in our A0153, no. So it's just an equivalence of the same, no. For us, it's called the current GMP, and then we have this documentation of our GMP called the Sanitation Standard Operating Procedures. That is an international requirement as well to document our compliance to GMP for 10 key sanitation areas. So at this point, if we look at the documentation hierarchy, so from our policies in good manufacturing practices, we have to show that we have procedures and instructions for that to happen. And if that has been implemented significantly or effectively, we are ready to now think of our HACCP plan for our specific products. Remember, location-specific ang ating prerequisite programs and product-specific ang ating HACCP plan to develop our HACCP-based food safety management system. So if we just take a look at the prerequisite program documentation, binago lang from the GMP, we have the procedures, we have the work instruction, and then the records. Yan ang proof natin, records. How do we show that we have a GMP in place? We have the records to show that there is GMP in place based on work instruction that came from our plan. Okay? So these are the 10 key sanitation areas. Just take a look, and I am sure that the documentation in different format, maybe different names, but make sure that all these 10 are covered, which begins with safety of water supply, followed by food contact surfaces, then prevention of cross-contamination. Specific tayo sa sanitary facilities, toilet and hand washing. Protection of packaging from adulteration, we have to treat packaging as food. We have handling, use, and storage of chemicals, all types of chemicals that we use in our facilities. We have the employee health condition from those that we hire to the annual and to the day-to-day disorders. We have exclusion of pests. It can begin with pest control. Kung meron talaga tayong pestes sa loob ng facility, but definitely we make sure that we eradicate those pests para magiging pest prevention and or pest management program na lang yan. Then we have the monitoring of personal hygiene and cleanliness. Number 9 is actually looking at all those inuulit lang, tinitingnan lang natin kung talagang nandiyan in place. No? And 10, glass, metal, and hard plastic control, or sometimes they call it glass and brittle plastic. Well, ito ang isang item, no? Napapasok dun sa dun sa 7 na there could be steps that can potentially become CCP steps. So dito sa 10 ito, no? And if we are thinking of all possible ways of that cross-contamination can happen and how to prevent it, yung number 3 becomes the basket area for all of those. No? Kasi dyan din papasok ang personal hygiene, personal uniform. No? Hindi siya doon sa employee health condition. So, dyan din papasok ang layout. Dyan papasok yung non-food contact. Kasi may food contact kayo, number 2. Dyan papasok yung non-food contact. Okay, so there are a lot of things that you can put in number 3 to become a procedure, and then an instruction, and then become records. Yung mga sanitary standard operating procedures natin. So the simple way by which these are documented is actually more of standards-based din to. We look at the section in the FDA where we, as an example, we prepare our policy based on that. And then we prepare the procedure to ensure that the policy is carried out. So ito, food contact surfaces ang example, no? Kaya kung titingnan ninyo, pagdating sa regulation, mahaba ang mga statements. But since we know, focus tayo, yung ating policy will be as short as that. Diba? Pansinin nyo, hindi tayo kailangan maging too wordy or too encompassing. Kasi kung ano lang naman talaga yung nasa facility natin, that's where we base our GMP policy. And then from the policy, gagawa tayo ng procedure, no? And then from the procedure, we will make a work instruction. Itong example na binigay dito it's about KSC 2. KSA 2, and food contact surfaces, no? So, sa taas, all food contact surfaces are clean and in good condition. Sa work eye, reality lang, no? Hindi tayo pwede gumawa ng work eye para sa lahat ng FCS. So that's why example dito, isa lang, water storage tank lang. Or pwede maging plural yan kung marami tayong water storage tank. And then our document should show the list, primarily the list. Kasi yan ang magiging guide natin kung lahat ng equipment natin are in the cleaning and maintenance program, no? And then that checklist or the records as we show. This is an example of straightforward lang, ano? Kaya kung titingnan niyo sa monitoring procedure, general no? Kasi yung ating SSOP ay based on checking and cleanliness of FCS. And so the monitoring mo, general, cleaning, no? Ang nilagay natin dito, sensory evaluation na every after cleaning. When, no? And then general din ng corrective action. When the food contact surface is not clean, dapat i-clean and then evaluate to be clean. Di ba? Parang, it's so about, no? Kaya meron tayo sa work eye. So work eye ngayon, lalabas yung individual. Kaya under that one SSOP, I would have a lot of work eyes if I have a lot of equipment. Kaya yung aking work eye, inuna ko muna si storage tank. And it so happens, as in my example, there are 2 water storage tank. Yan, iniisa na. Yan ang work eye. Diyan natin malalaman if the proper cleaning and sanitizing has been done. Hindi enough yung SSOP na yun na general. That will just give us the guide. Pero pag nag-work eye tayo, based on the different types of equipment that we have, doon natin malalaman. At kung kaya natin na ang work eye ay magkasama na ang maintenance at ang cleaning, fine. But kung talagang meron siyang sariling manual, no, na pang-cleaning lang, I would rather go to that and then check kung ano yung kanyang preventive maintenance na aspects, no? That's the only way. And then we can look at a checklist na talagang naka-itemize yan. Okay? So, finally, magiging ano mo dyan, ay meron na akong listahan ng mga SSOPs at saka individually may kanya-kanyang work ayan. So, malamang dun sa aking FCS, no? FCS ko, kung I have, sabihin natin 20 FCS. Inilamp ko na dyan yung mga utensils, kasi syempre isang cleaning lang ang, kahit 50 ang basins mo, isang lating cleaning lang yan Nakalamp na yon. Kasi naka-identify na, probably I will have 10 or more, no? Break eyes under one. So, if we look at the prerequisite program, konti na lang ito, para tayo finish na, ginagamit natin ang term na control measures sa PRPs pala. Anong definition according to Codex? Any action or activity to prevent or eliminate a hazard. Ayan, ginamit na yung term, acceptable level. Ngayon, ang PRPs pa binavalidate. Kasi dati sa mga previous HACCP, what we validate are just the CCPs. Kinlarify dito. No? But yes, even before talagang may binavalidate mo. That's why ang control measures natin. So obtaining evidence that a control measure or combination of control measures is capable of controlling the hazard to a specified outcome. So hindi natin sinasabing controlling the hazard or eliminate the hazard. Hindi hindi yan to a specified outcome. Kasi ang control measure definition, acceptable level. No? So, ano yung sinasabi nating scope ng control measures, no? Pagdating sa GHPs. Yung pinag-usapan natin, yung mga sa PRPs na yan, no? Ang purpose ng GHP is reduction of likelihood of hazards occurring to the point that we ensure that production is safe and suitable. Yan ang role ng GX. Reduce. Kaya tinitingnan natin, tama ba yung sanitizer natin? Tama ba yung ating yung concentration? Kasi yan ang purpose niya, reduce to acceptable level. And in that way, pag pumasok na yung mga RM natin at saka ingredients and packaging, it will lead to a safe, suitable food kung tama din naman yung hasapla natin, no? Okay. So, kailan natin ina-identify ang control measures? Pag nakita na natin kung anong kailangan. Kaya sabi nga natin kanina, receiving. Ano bang nire-receive natin? Are they different? Are they different inputs? Paano pa nagsabay-sabay? How do we support yung pagiging hygienic at receiving? So yan, ang control measures natin dyan. Ngayon, ang validation is normally provided by competent authority. That's why I asked you sa sanitizers ninyo, saan nyo kinukuha? When you talk about the concentrate, ano ang basis? So, the fact that you have these accredited suppliers would mean na valid, no? Valid yung ginagawa ninyong exercise or preparation of the sanitizer. So, make sure that you are covered by that. Another thing is, paano nyo na-determine ang 300 ppm? Paano nyo determine the 10 ppm, the 100 ppm? Make sure that you have a scientific literature to back that up. Marami yan. Marami yan, no? And pwede rin natin tanungin ang manufacturer ng, rather, ang ating suppliers ng, ng sanitizers. Saan mo kinuha ito kung may recommended kang 200 ppm, 300 ppm? And then you check that out yourself, no? Ganon din pagdating sa equipment. Pag sinabing, it should operate at this pressure. Why? Bakit pwede ko na siyang patakbuhin sa ganitong pressure? Pwede ko na ipasok yung ating product. And then, bakit ang CIP ganito? There is also a step na ang clean in place ay bine-verify kung complete, di ba? Kung tama. If you have completed the CIP, that is technology, that is about equipment, no? So, meron din namang binigay ang codex, no? To validate yung ating control measures. And you can see that. So therefore, kung titingnan natin ang control measures, no? Ano ang criteria? Ay, may question? Sa criteria, do we measure? Actually, mostly observation. Is this clean? Is this unclean? Di ba ganun, no? How do we measure? Kaya tinatanong natin ang concentration ng disinfectant. How do we monitor? So, sa cleaning, before and after, during, as necessary. Tayo ang makakadetermine yan. Corrective action, again, paano pag kinlin? May bagong steps ba? O same way of cleaning? Okay. So, sa product, sinabi yun, not necessary kasi i-handle natin ang hazard. So, how do we verify? So, usually, scheduled. Tayo, padali tayo mag-verify ng ating concentration through test strips, no? Pero yung cleaning sa equipment before and after use din, kailan, no? And how? Do we keep records? Of course, dito sabi niya when necessary, pero pag tinitingnan natin operations natin, kailangan talagang meron tayong records, no? And then documentation is from the policy, ilagay natin si procedure, ilagay natin si work I, and then the records. Talagang yun ang documentation ng PRPs. Again, it starts with the policy, no? So that ends our discussion for the PRPs. And ako meron tayong question, then we can just table them probably later, but I'll give the floor now to Beth. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, with that po, thank you so much, Ma'am Rose, for discussing the preliminary steps.
Prerequisite programs.
Prerequisite programs. Yes po. I'm sorry, prerequisite programs. Wala ako.
Sorry.
But before we take our lunch, may mga sinend po ako kanina sa email nyo ng mga forms or other templates na gagamitin po natin for the afternoon workshop po na naka-Excel and also naka-Word po siya. Baka may mga clarifications po ba kayo? Or any questions po? Ma'am Luch and Ma'am Rose, yung yung para sa mga product lines po.
At this point, Beth, i-collect mo yung kanilang yung products, specific products that they will be focusing on doon sa ating 3-day training kasi para tuloy-tuloy na sa exercises, no? So if they need time to discuss pa with their teammates or kung sino man, we need the product list after lunch. Mag-usap na kayo sa lunchtime kung ano yung i-focus nyo. Be very specific para kung ano man, yun na yung talagang kailangan nyo or yun yung which you can use as a pattern o pag wala pa kayo or kung ano yung meron na kayo. So just please identify yung mga products na ifo-focus nyo. So by after lunch siguro, no? Beth,
yes,
we get the complete list for per company, ha? Specific product per company. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you po. Bali pagbalik po natin ng after 1 hour, decide na po tayo kung ano specific product. You may type it din po sa chat box para makita din po namin. Ayan po. Kung wala na pong question, we will have our 1 hour lunch break and balik po tayo ng 1:10. Okay, salamat po.
Recording stopped.
We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. we are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams.
Okay, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. And we're very sure na nakapag-lunch na po tayo. Thumbs up po kung nandito po tayo sa ating pong Zoom or nakapag-join na po or nakapag-decide na po ba kayo kung anong specific product line po yung para gagawin po sa workshop, although may mga nag-chat na po dito. Ayan, thank you. Okay. Okay, nice lunch daw po. Ay, thank you po. Nakapag-ano na po ba? Pag-isip na, pag-decide na po?
Beth, I will flash this I will flash
po.
this grid para
Yes po.
may,
Yes,
may
ma'am.
sulat na natin, okay? Sandali lang.
Sige po, ma'am. Ano na lang
I
po.
will just share this.
Yes po. Sige po. Ano ko na rin po.
Okay.
Okay po.
So, nandito na yung lahat ng companies. Would you check, Beth, if this is complete para mailagay na natin
Sige.
yung products, no? Okay.
Ay, okay po.
So,
Check ko po, ma'am.
6-1 Corporation, meron na ba tayong product?
Let's check ko po yung... Ma'am, ang meron pa lang po yung si Excel Industries po.
So, si Excel Industries.
Toothpaste, oral care products po.
Okay.
Then,
Toothpaste,
toothpaste and
oral care
products as per stated sa chat box. And then si...
Excuse me, Beth. Oo.
Or-
So siguro we limited to toothpaste na. Kasi ang oral care, di ba, meron pa yung mouthwash. O alin kaya ang gagawin nila?
Yes, alin doon?
Alin specific na product po.
Ma'am, toothpaste po.
Toothpaste, okay.
Okay, isa-isahin po natin.
Non-pasteurized. Calamansi. Extract.
Extra.
Okay, ano pa?
Ma'am, 6-in-1 Corporation po, their product line, fresh chilled dressed chicken. Fresh chilled po. Dressed chicken. Then,
Sino wala pa dito?
yun na po yung, ma'am, yung si...
Teka, sa ag-essential to poultry, medicated feed. Okay.
Si Ma'am Mary Grace. Ma'am, anong company po si Ma'am Mary Grace?
Top Chef.
Top Chef, ma'am. Product line niya,
Yung sa Wellington, what kind of flour is this? Marami kayong klase ng flours eh. Yung sa Wellington, ang HACCP plan nyo ba? Iba't ibang klase? Or ano? Teka, tingnan ko lang ha. Okay, si Wellington. Okay. So, you have to decide sa Wellington, ay yung hard flour.
si Top
And then si
Top Chef po.
frozen siopaw, si ano?
Si Philippine May Frozen po.
Oo. Yung siopaw ba, can we specify ano yung feeling?
Oo nga eh. Tsaka frozen to, di ba?
Oo, frozen ano
nakasulat
daw?
na pala.
Oo. Frozen.
Anong klase to?
Kamit po.
Hello po, good afternoon.
Yes.
Yes po, ma'am.
Yeah. For Philippine Kimay po, may mga different feeling po kasi kami. So, iba't iba siya. Then, tinukook din namin.
Oo nga. So, as Luchi was asking, can you be more specific with this? Well, pwede siguro, Luch, kung may poultry or pork filling, yung ganong klase.
Yeah. Chicken feeling na lang po.
Chicken filling na lang.
Yeah. Okay po. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you po, ma'am. Si Top Chef.
Baka may ibang term pa ito eh. Baka hindi chicken filling, baka doon sa different. Alamin na lang natin. Okay, for Top Chef, you have...
Top Chef yung
What do
ano
you
po,
mean by powdered milk base? Ano ito, Cla? Ano, what is this?
powder milk base for
What do you mean by this? It's an ingredient? Blend. It's a blend.
for milk tea
Ayun.
daw po.
So, powdered milk-based blend. Tama ba, Luchi?
Yes daw po.
Milk.
Okay.
Luch, tama na ito? Ganitong pangalan? Powdered
Is
milk-based
itong
blend?
powdered milk-based blend for ano to specifically
For
for
milk tea
milk
daw.
tea?
Oo.
Oh, so
Ayun,
ready
nakasulat.
to ano? So ready
Oo,
to
nakasulat sa chat
consume.
box for milk tea. siya.
Okay.
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 Asia Prime, I haven't seen Asia Prime yet.
Mm-mm.
Baka nandito na.
Mm-mm.
Ito yung sa egg group, pasteurized liquid egg white. Okay, very good. Asan yun?
Ma'am.
Oh, yun hindi ko nailagay.
Ma'am, yung sa ano daw po, Good Sense Food,
Oo.
may correction sila. Pasteurized frozen calamansi extract.
Hindi unpasteurized.
Non-pasteurized calamansi extract. As
condiment.
non-pasteurized frozen.
Yung condiment ang gagawin nyo ngayon, hindi yung juice.
Non-pasteurized
Nasaan si,
frozen po.
this is good
Correct.
sense, ano?
Apo.
Non-pasteurized. Teka, ano?
Non-pasteurized frozen based po dun sa chat.
Frozen.
Apo.
Frozen na non-pasteurized.
Frozen, non-pasteurized. Okay.
Ganun ba?
I think it's the one. Frozen. Ganyan, no?
Okay.
Okay.
Tapos, I have to go back to
Wellington hard
to the
flag
egg
po.
group, no? Sa egg
Ma'am, yung
group
sa
is, ano nga yung
Batangas
ano
egg.
mo?
Batangas egg processing po.
BEPMPC.
Opo. Batangas egg processing. Yeah.
So, it's pasteurized. Ano na yun? Liquid egg white. Right. Okay. May kulang pa. Asia Prime. I don't see it here. Hindi mo makita yung nakashare na Excel file? Hindi niyo ba makita? Nakashare yung file.
Nakikita. Ay, sinasabi ng Excel, ito na yung finifill in mo, no?
Hindi pala Excel. Sorry, naka-PowerPoint ito.
Ayun. Ito naman. Nakikita naman.
Nakikita niya, no? Ayun. Asia Prime, anong klaseng coffee ito? Ground roasted beans. Anong klase ito? Yun, Frankfurt is grated. Ano tong frozen, grated cassava? Frozen ito, Alisa? I suppose?
Yes, ma'am. Frozen po.
Yun, okay. Yan, frozen grated cassava. Asia Prime, kindly explain what kind of Jade. Saan company si Jade? Bakit parang wala sa ano dito? Hindi ko makita sa... Wala sa chat box ang company ni Jade. Powdered mixed coffee. You're with Asia Prime? Jade? Kindly change your
Para name na lang po yung iba
name,
para
please.
ma-identify po namin.
Hindi namin makita eh. So this is Asia Prime powdered mixed coffee.
Pilmi ko meron na po.
Tama na ba kaya ito, Luch? Ano ibig sabihin ng mix? Ito ba may 3-in-1? May ganon? Kasi may mga 2-in-1, may 3-in-1.
Powdered, ano yan? Coffee blend or something? Ay, instant coffee blend or what?
Ano kaya ito?
Sino sa Asia Prime?
Si Jade. Ayun, na-change ni Jade yung kanyang what do you mean? 3-in-1. 2-in-1. Pilmico, animal feeds. May specific ba ito kapag
Oo.
For poultry,
For aquaculture, anong
yeah,
klaseng feed?
oo, mukhang kailangang ma-specify natin
Oo.
tong animal feeds na to. 6-in-1. Bakit 6-1 ang nandito sa ano? Yeah, noted. I got it. Yan, 6-in-1 corporation, ano? Depende sa request ng client. Oo nga eh. Pero sige, kunin natin yung pinaka most requested na blend para mas ano sa'yo. Yung mas maraming order, no? Kasi normally sa HACCP, pagka nag-ano tayo, nagpa-prioritize tayo, kinukuha natin kung ano yung pinaka fast moving, no? So, dun tayo Jade. Alin doon? Kasi mahihirapan ka sa ano nito sa hazard analysis pag hindi natin na specify ito. So, si Pilmico, animal feed, ito na lang yung tanong natin, ano? Poultry, tama ba?
Poultry. Poultry nasa chat.
Okay, animal feed.
Poultry for poultry. For poultry feeds.
O sige, pwede rin poultry feed. Kasi tayo nang bahala dyan.
Ma'am, may isa pa pong isang company, yung Dominion Group of Companies po.
Dominion. Okay.
Yun, additional? Oo, company.
Nakita ko sila nga dito, pero did they introduce themselves earlier? Parang hindi ko napansin
Aldous Spoons po. Nag-rename po kasi siya.
Did you introduce yourself earlier?
Yung Aldous,
Aldous Spoons yung pangalan po ng participant.
Ano?
Bale, ang company niya is Dominion Group of Companies po.
And then what is the name?
Sir, pa-meet lang po. Sir Aldous. Good afternoon po.
Did you introduce yourself this morning? Parang hindi ko maalala.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Pasensya ka na.
Good afternoon, apo.
Dominion kasi.
Dominion Group.
Opo, bali Sabi Blends po yung pinaka-name ng namin company.
Okay po.
Sabi Blends.
Sabi Blends po.
Teka, ano yung company?
Oo nga kasi hindi natin ano kanina.
Oo.
So, ilagay ko dun.
Nag-introduce siya kanina pero Savvy Blends. Pero ano ang talagang company nyo?
Dominion Group.
Dominion Group, yun po yung nasa portal po.
Sige. So ano ngayon ang
product natin?
Ano ngayon natin? Ano lang po, ma'am? Processed field cheese po. Processed field cheese.
Processed field cheese, tama ba?
Yes. Processed field.
Ayun, sabi, ano, si Aldous.
When you say processed field cheese, in blocks or in shredded or yung slices?
Blocks, ma'am.
Blocks. Okay.
Blocks.
So processed field cheese blocks. Okay.
Okay, ganito. Tama?
Opo.
Sige. Okay, one more round. Let's review, ano? Okay, hindi pa tayo tapos sa powdered milk na yan. Sa powdered mixed coffee na yan. So, anong decision ninyo, Jade? What would you like to focus on here? Yung suggestion namin is go for that fast-moving SKU. Anong nakikita ninyo? Anong meron kayo? 3-in-1? 2-in-1? Yung ba understanding natin ang mix? Baka lang naiiba yung nasa isip namin. Jade?
$18 in 1 po daw herbal.
Wow. 18. Ibig sabihin 18 ang
18 in 1 or more on herbal actives. Bigat nun.
Wow. Ang dami nun, ha?
Request lang kasi 3 araw lang tayo. Wala ka pang mas simple na product.
Oo, baka mahirapan.
18 ingredients agad yan eh.
Parang may pattern ka na lang. Oo. Yung typical, yan ba yung ano nyo?
Herbal pala ito.
Kaya nga, yan ba bestseller?
Beverage pala, hindi talaga kape. No.
O baka nga, is it considered a food supplement? O ano ang in-apply nyo na?
Tingnan ko nga, si Asia Prime.
Oo.
Si Asia Prime kasi ay meron ng may CPR na sila eh. At may LTO na. Ayun pala naman eh. So anong classification ng product nyo? Tinatanong ni Ma'am Lucy, siya ba ay naging food supplement o naging herbal drink or beverage lang? Makikita niyo yun sa CPR niyo eh. Kasi kapag hindi natin na-classify ng tama dito, magkakamali tayo sa principles. O, ganito na lang, Jade. After na lang, pag hanapin ninyo sa document nyo. Kasi dapat nakamatch sa CPR mo kung ano yung pangalan ng product na yan. And I hope you can pick a product na siguro mas konti ingredient. Para sa na rin yan, para sa exercise na rin natin kasi yan. Mamaya na lang, Jade. Okay? O, sige, pending yung sa inyo sa Asia Prime.
Hang muna po.
Okay? Okay ba, Jade? Can you, are you
Pa-thumbs up lang
still
po.
connected? Jade?
Yes po.
Oh, yan. Sige, Jade. Later na lang we'll get back to you.
Ma'am,
Si Christine. Yes, Christine. May question ka?
may question po
You
si
open your mic and your camera, Christine.
Yes, ma'am. Magtatanong lang po ako kung ano yung more risky with regards to filling ingredients po ba? Is it tuna, pork, or chicken? Kasi yun po sana yung gusto kong gawa ng HACCP plan. Yung mas risky po.
Lucy, gusto mo sagutin o ako na?
Pare-pareho. Hindi. Christine, baka naman ang magiging choice mo dyan, ang decision mo. Hindi, pero alin ba ang best seller? I mean, mas pinakamabenta nyo?
Actually, ma'am, pare-pareho lang naman po sila. But
sige.
meron kasi kaming dalawang type ng chicken. That's why mas pinili ko din. Parang feeling ko kasi mas risky siya or mas prone siya sa bacterial count, yung chicken.
Okay. Ano klase? Anong difference ng dalawang chicken?
Sa luto po, ma'am, yung isa po kasi shredded, yung isa is cube chicken po, pero both asado flavor naman po.
O di, pareho lang. Either na lang.
Either Christine.
Oo, kasi pareho naman ang process dyan. Iba-iba lang ang feeling, di ba, yung pagluto? Tama ba?
Yes, yes ma'am, pero meron po kasi din kami tuna and pork. So ano po kaya mas prone doon?
O chicken na lang.
Hindi, dalawa nga daw yung chicken niya. May
kaya nga, di, alin ba mas maganda?
Actually, either of that.
Oo, either naman. Oo.
Meron yan.
Talagang may difference. Cube lang yung isa, shredded.
Yes po.
Pero pareho daw ang pareho lang ang timpla.
Pwede yan, pareho lang din yan lalabas.
O di sige, di chicken
Chicken filling na lang ilagay natin. Tapos
filling. Right.
Actually pag nag-hazard analyze ka, yung isa may step na shredding, yung isa siguro parang cutting lang or something, no?
Oo, tama.
Doon malalaman kung may added kang dapat nabantayan. Okay. So we can still put chicken filling there.
Yes. Oo.
Christine. But then okay, thank you for pointing that out. At least nakikita mo na tinatanong mo yung sarili mo whether kaya mas may risk ba ito o wala, Kaya magandang i-tackle yan kapag nandun na tayo sa principles, Pagka nag-hazard analyze ka na. Okay.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, so let's have a run around. 6-in-1 Corporation, we have the correct company name this time, So your product for the draft HACCP plan study for this course is fresh chilled dressed chicken. Chilled siya, dressed chicken. For Pilmico Animal Nutrition Corporation, you have animal feed for poultry. For Wellington Manufacturing, you have hard flour. Good Sense Food and Juices Corporation, you have the frozen, non-pasteurized calamansi extract. Frankfurt Merchandising, we have frozen grated cassava. For Philchime Frozen Foods, we have frozen siopao with chicken filling. Asia Prime Philippines, we have question mark pa natin to. Anong talagang pinaka-product natin on the powdered mix, Ayun,
3-in-1 na lang daw.
coffee. Okay. Powdered 3-in-1 coffee, Lalagay natin. Okay. Powdered 3-in-1. It should be coffee mix. Lucy, ang pangalan niya?
Oo, siguro
coffee
mix.
Mix or blend,
So powder 3-in-1 coffee mix. Pwede naman.
Pwede na yan, Okay.
Yep.
Identified na natin siya na yun yung product, And then we have Excel Industries Corporation toothpaste. Pero product all in all ito, So wala naman tayong masyadong maraming flavors or variants ng toothpaste natin, pinabali rito, no? So we
Miss
can say
Rose?
na, yeah, talagang we can say na toothpaste lang. Wala naman tayong other more specific descriptive for toothpaste, talagang isa lang.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige, okay. Agri-Essential Feeds Company Inc., poultry, medicated feed. Thank you for that, Valerie pala. Top Chefs Food Supplies Inc., we have powdered milk-based blend. For the BEP MPC, we have pasteurized liquid egg white. Wait a minute, pasteurized liquid egg white. When you call this as that product, it means stable to at room temperature. Jerlyn? Room temperature storage ito, pasteurized liquid egg white. Nasa ng ang grupo ng egg group from Batangas. Jerlyn?
Miss
Kasi
Tricia or
nakalagay
Miss
pasteurized
Jerlyn?
liquid egg white. Is this stable at room temperature? Hindi siya
No,
chilled.
ma'am. No po. Within
So it's
4 degrees
room,
Celsius.
I'm sorry, ano yun?
Maintain at 4 degrees Celsius po. Chilled.
Chilled siya.
Chilled.
Ayun, okay. Okay, so chilled, pasteurized liquid egg white. Okay, yan na, kompleto na yan. And then for Dominion Group of Companies, we have the processed filled cheese blocks. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay na tayo? Wala nang going na tayo, ha? Nagbilang
Wala
na.
nang apila.
Wala na. Okay na tayo.
Final na po ba?
Thumbs up
Final
na,
na po.
ha? Thumbs up na tayo.
So lahat ng companies naman to, Beth, no? So we have 12 companies, tama ba?
Yes po, we have 12 companies po.
Okay.
Okay, so which means our presentation should begin in the afternoon of day 3. Ano, Lucy?
Yes.
Puro ano na yan. Okay, we have to, that's why we have to manage our time very well because we would really like you to present your draft plan, no, in the afternoon of day 3. Okay? So, wala na, ha? No, going gun again.
Final na po.
Sige. Let's now proceed to our today's this afternoon's discussion. Actually, siningit ko talaga siya dito sa aking presentation para maalala natin yan, Okay. So, while we had a discussion this morning about the prerequisite programs, okay, no? Today, this afternoon, the discussion now is the preliminary steps, no? Because starting from, we will work on this until break time so that we can begin to go for the workshop. So Lucy, maybe we should already give them a heads up kung ano ba yung ating workshop, no, that can begin this afternoon, after break time.
Sige. So ngayon na? Or
I probably, bago ko umpisahan to. Mag-stop share muna ako, ha? Para ma-explain mo lang. Sige. Kasi nakita naman natin, most of them have the CPR, no? And may HACCP na and may other, so probably, mas maganda ngayon natin i-explain yung magiging workshop for them to prepare as well. Pwede na? Stop share ko na lang. Sige. Stop share muna ako, ha? Yan. So, let's have Luch first explain to us ano yung expectation sa inyo mamaya after this session on the preliminary steps.
Nakikita na?
Yes, Luch, kita ko na.
Okay, sige. So
Yes,
anyway, Si Ma'am Beth sent you the forms, no? Well, may note lang. Anyway, yung first naman na gagawin natin for gagamitin for today, unchanged naman yon. Well, some of the forms, yung updated ang papadala namin sa inyo, no? Kasi because of the Codex 2020. Pero yung initial nyo, that which you will present later, you will do your workshop nga and presentation are the following. So doon sa set of forms, yung very first form is the product description form. So ito yung naka-flash sa screen ngayon. So basically filling in all about the product na sinabi nyo kanina ha. So ang product name niya exactly as we put in earlier. And then yung method of preservation, important product characteristics. So ibig sabihin lang, if we say method of preservation, yun yung kanina sinisigurado ni Ma'am Rose na chilled, frozen, o kung ano man. And then yung important product characteristics, no? So yun yung next. And then lahat ng information. Ito pa nga pala, explain pa rin ng pala ni Ma'am Rose in detail to, no? Para lang ma-familiarize lang kayo doon sa form. So ito yan. So the first form is the product description form, okay? And then, of course, dito we focus on the content, pero syempre headers and footers, bahala na kayo sa inyong sa company. And then, well, ito, the second one is, teka muna, kasi nga we'll have to update it, no? Ito na, skip nyo yun, ito na gamitin nyo, no? Ito yung detailed na kung ano yung ingredient per ingredient yan, raw material, packaging materials, and then fill in the blanks, no? So yun yung second. Okay, so yun yung list of materials. And then yung third, yung process flow diagram nyo. So it's a blank form, so kasi kung meron na naman kayo from your files, no? So yung process flow diagram, and then finally, the narrative is also included, but we will not do this for the presentation now, no? Talagang yung diagram lang. And then the next one is the plant layout schematic where you do that product. So apat yun, ha? So the first is the product description. The second is yung so yung first form, yun yung tungkol sa product nyo na focus nyo. Pangalawa, yun yung hinimay mo na into the different materials, no? And then the third is the process flow diagram. And the fourth is the plant layout. Okay, so yun ha, yun ang initial forms na gagawin natin and ipe-present mamaya. Okay, so after yung discussion ni Ma'am Rose about these preliminary steps. Okay? So may questions ba? Beth, baka may questions sa chat box. Meron ba?
Ay, wala po.
Okay, may question.
May nag-chat po, ma'am.
Sa'yo ba yung sa turmeric tea ba yung client mo? Hindi, well, i-try mo lang, i-attempt mo lang. Well, not up to 2%, but attempt to, para kung alam mo din yung, kung ano yung kukwento tuloy, ituturo mo doon sa client, no? Okay?
Sige, Martin, idadagdag ko na sa list.
Sige. Okay lang.
Idadagdag ko na sa list yung product mo, Martin.
Para mag-discuss. Sure, okay lang. By the way, yung may isa rin participant, si Dennis, no? From PAB na wala din sa product. So I know, ano naman to for information to. Okay. Sige. Okay lang, try to fill in. Okay, but we will not call on you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you po.
Sige, just let us know.
Anong meron?
Oo,
Sige,
meron.
Okay lang yan.
Para ma-verify mo. Sige. Okay. Okay. May other concerns ba? Clear ba yung, so sabi natin output ha, yung first 4 forms, yung product description. The second is yung hinihimay nyo na into the different materials, no? So describe the materials. Yung as you can, I mean, press for time tayo, pero you try to at least do some, no? And then, pero sa tunay na manual, kasama talaga lahat yan, ano? Every material that make up the product. And then, yung process flow diagram and the plant schematic. Okay, may question, mayroon pa nga bang question uli?
So
Baka
far
ma'am
wala
yun sa
naman.
ano po.
Meron
Opo.
ba tayo nakita?
Eh, yung
Wala man
meron
ako
lang po
nakita.
na sa chat box, baka yung ano po.
Okay, hindi
Oo,
yung...
baka.
Oo.
Sige po.
Okay lang, hindi yung hindi daw consistent kasi doon sa... wala
Wait
pa
a
naman
minute,
tayo.
ha?
Ano ba
Ito
ito?
lang. Si
Not the
Grace, ang
same.
sabi niya, na-send sa email is not the same as the presentation.
Wala pa naman tayo.
Hindi, as you are presenting it now yata, Luch. Parang yung first page sa email, have you sent the document, Beth? Baka dun siya
Yes, opo, yung
nag-prepare.
yung blank A, yung A saka letter B. Yung set A saka set B, yung naka-word po. Saka
Okay.
yung naka-Excel po.
That's all right.
Yung sinend po ni Nel po, ma'am. Yung ni Nel po.
Okay. Yun ang, hindi, kaya nga I want the update. But anyway, yung first 4 forms naman, ang naiba lang doon, yung, yung number, yung sa product description, nakadagdag lang yung method of preservation. But it's actually the same, consistent naman yung mga nakasulat, ano? And then, kaya ang sabi ko sa inyo, what I presented, no? Yung second form, yung i-fill in nyo yung form na yung different materials. I skipped one form. So what you're referring to, sino ba? Si Ma'am Mercy?
Si Mary Grace, sabi niya,
Oo.
yung na-send sa kanila consist of 8 items. Parang yung pinresent
Okay.
daw.
Oo, nadagdag nga lang talaga yung yung method of preservation. Talagang ang unang-una talaga, important product characteristics. Kasi in some forms, yun yung 8, tapos nasa taas yung description nung processing. Pero that's all right. You can, whatever was sent to you is all right. And yan ang sinasabi natin, kung meron na kayo na sarili nyong format, then you present your own format also. Okay? Tapos, ayun na nga, wala pang yung method of preservation, yun lang. Okay? Ano pa? Anything else? O baka may concern pa? Wala na?
Mukhang okay na naman, Luch.
Okay na. Okay, sige, stop share na
Sige.
ako.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there. No, para as we discuss individually yung mga items na yan, kasi part ng preliminary steps yun eh. You will have to visualize na in your mind how you plan to fill it in, no? Okay, so we go to the preliminary steps. Okay. There you are, no? So we are now into the preliminary steps, and we will do our best, no, to manage our time in regard this, no. So we have these different areas for discussion, from introduction to management commitment, and then application of steps 1 to 5, and then the workshop. Okay. So are we okay? Can you hear me well from your end? Just let me know kung hindi tayo.
Stop lang po.
Okay, very good. No? Okay. So, okay. So what we would like to achieve here is what is the HACCP approach? No, reviewing. You have your own documents already, no? When you document the food safety system, and then before you even go to the 7 principles, there are still 5 steps that we have to fulfill, no, in order to be able to apply HACCP according to Codex guidelines. And do take note, no, that whatever type of food safety management system you would like to certify your organization and your specific products with, you would note there that there is that clause that answers food safety hazards. So in this case, our discussion is just, but significantly, on the food safety hazard, that an essential part, not by itself alone, kasi nasa-certify naman ng HACCP by itself, but when it is also incorporated in other food safety systems. So kung you will now understand now, wow, integral talaga itong food safety hazards na to in any food safety management system. No, may mga na-add lang yan. Kaya FSSC would have its own added hazards. Ganun din sa BRC, ganun din ang ISF, no? So there are different food safety management standards. So ito, nilagay ko na ulit, no? Ulit ko lang yung mga products natin for the HACCP plan, in-insert ko na sa materials natin, no? Okay. So, the Philippines is yet, alam mo, talagang nag-sprint na tayo, no? Para ma-legalize ang HACCP in the country, no? Because in other countries, legal na talaga ang HACCP. And nothing yet, wala pang ibang food safety system standard that was proven effective except the HACCP, no? To address food safety hazards like chemical, physical, and biological. I mentioned all of these standards earlier because the HACCP-based HACCP-based food safety system or food safety is always incorporated in all of these food safety standards, BRC, FSSC, Safe Quality Food, and the International Featured Standards on Food. For those exporting to the US or probably you are serving some US brands here in the country, what USFDA had in the past were only these, no? They already have the HACCP produced for seafood, for low acid canned food. So itong tatlo, and then there are additional standards for produce and for alcoholic beverages. It changed course in 2011 when the Food Safety Modernization Act came about with the intent to make sure that all types of food would be safe for human consumption. Kasi kung makita nga namin itong mga laws na ito in the past, ang nangyayari na trend ngayon is there are lots and lots of products exported that are not covered in these standards. Isipin na lang natin ang lahat ng classes ng snack food, ng cookies, ng mga energy drinks, ng mga concentrates, no, that are not covered actually in these standards. So, and there is a lot of trade going on in that. We ourselves, we will be able to see in the supermarkets a lot of noodles, a lot of snack items, biscuits, cookies, breads, no? Ang dami na niyan din na ine-export. So not just in the US. So therefore, that the FSMA then came about for the US to initiate that we need to safeguard more our food supply for protection of our consumers. And in the process, no, as USFDA was doing that, Codex was continuing with its advocacy to make so many countries as possible, having all their member countries understand the new food safety relevant, significant concerns, no, that can really impact consumer protection and consumer health. So, so through time, you know, these documents do not just